are the American indigenous Indians. Baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African.
ISO. Dama. Woo! Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many, yo, it's too many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, you, my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many.
Yeah, ask a moral question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact, that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep time. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood. That just mean I'm Hollywood. All of y'all, I probably stood on no falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many, it's too many. Hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many. Whoa.
Hey, it's too many lies. Hey, yeah, ISO, Indies, Dama.
ISO. Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Whoa, hey y'all, what's good? Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Hey, smash that like button, y'all. Oh boy, I can't even take a break off of YouTube. Okay, yes, a break. Smash that like button, y'all. Hey now, hey, Carlos, Lady Moon, Lily Ya, how you doing? Girly girl, 72, only one Captain America, how you doing? Hey now. So I was cracking up. So I'm just gonna get right into it. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitter. I'm gonna try and keep this, in the language, the best language I can keep it in. But there is this, and I strongly support them. There's this group that's going out and they're coming out, and that's cool. That's great. I really support them. Bobby Knight and his team. They've decided to start a butt tribe. Okay. And I'm so proud of him because finally he's doing something in the community. So he's building up all his, coalition of those brothers that's coming out. And that's cool. He got, let me see, um, he got quite a few people over there, and I'm proud of them. He got Red Squid, not a coincidence, Shay Sean. He got all these sharpshooters, and I'm proud of him. It's been like 3 years now. He's been trying to build his subscribers. So I'm first going to tell all my YM subscribers to unsubscribe from him. To unsubscribe from him. So now he's going to lose some. He doesn't have an audience. For years, he's been trying to get Brother Sanchez channel, but he got to understand he ain't got it like Brother Sanchez. And it's just never going to happen for him. And I'm glad we got 1,300 watching right now. Right now. So not to subscribe to this dude because they're mad, and they mad at Wire, and they can't understand how a 501c3, has been successfully sticking together, and we're doing our thing, and they're mad. I would be mad too if I was in YouTube all these years and still can't get people to come together with me and build up something. I'd be mad as hell if somebody been in YouTube for 5 years and I've been in there 15, 20 years and can't get people to, relate with you. So he started up this coalition and this tribe, and I'm gonna support him, and I think they really doing good, they doing real good. And I do know that when you join his tribe, they're passing out these butt stretchers as a packet because a lot of men are virgins, and they do hand them a little bag, a welcoming package, and what you're seeing here is a butt stretcher, and some of the brothers are probably well hung, and they need to give their newest members these butt stretchers so everything will work accordingly. So I shout out to Bobby, and I really hope that I wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors. I didn't even know that they had a such thing as a butt stretcher. The doo-doo hole, because I didn't know they had these kind of things. I'm so innocent to this. I've never seen a butt stretcher. I've never seen a butt stretcher. I believe you're supposed to, based on the instructions, you're supposed to leave it in your butt for 24 hours and it stretches daily a couple of centimeters. It's almost like dilating when you're pregnant, but the butt stretches. It dilates, and I think that's pretty cool, that they come up with these great tools to stretch. And that is like so cool. So in their tribal package, they're giving these out to all new members. They have to wear them for 24 hours or something like that. And it stretches the doodle hole, something to that aspect. So so shout out to them. I really, you know I learned about this stuff the old fashioned way. My dad always told me that, when you get involved, just look for doodoo stains on the front of the boxers. Whereas, you that's what those are the things you look for. Maybe my father's innocent too, but he said always look for doodoo stains on the front of the boxers, because that would let you know right there. And I believe that to be true, and I believe, not a coincidence and red squid. I believe that they have doo-doo stains on the front of their boxers based on their behavior. So, yes, that makes sense. Why would you have doo-doo stains on the front of your boxers, whereas it would be make more sense if it was on the back of the boxers, because a lot of people still don't know how to wipe properly. So, when you see these doodoo stains, you really need to look out for. The minute he pulls his pants down, look for big brown stains. From what I'm hearing, Bobby consistently has doodoo stains on the front of his shorts. I think he came into that happiness like 3 years ago or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And he really liked it. He has a wife and kids, but these days, they do what they do. And I salute all, you know, the people with the doodoo stains on the front of their boxers. So every time now when I see him, the first thing I'm going to think of is that doodoo stain. Even if he's humiliating you, when you put that thought in your head, you don't have to worry about laughing about anything, because just think of the doodoo stains on the front of the boxers, because that really helps you to laugh. So every time I see him now, Red Squid, I'm just going to bust out laughing because of the doodoo stains on the front of the boxers, which is like really, really cool. Because that, I think my father gave like the greatest thing information to me as a young girl. She said, if you see doodoo, he was like, look, if you see shit stains, he didn't say doodoo stains. I'm gonna use the words he used. If you see shit stains on the front of them fucking boxes, you get away from that motherfucker. For real. And I was like, for real? I was so little. I was young. I was like 16. I was like, for real? He said, yep. You see shit stains on the front of their boxers, you get the fuck away from that nigga. I was like, okay, yes, yes. So, and you could be, we could be right. It could be shit stains on the front and the back. So, that's cool, good to know too. It's great information to have. And every time I look at this picture, I really think about, damn, niggas asses, and you a nigga, you a brother from the hood, and you stretch butts, and wow, how doodoo of you. How doo-doo of you. So now when I see all of them, you know, because I don't know what be going on. I don't know Red Squid. To tell you the truth, I don't know, not a coincidence. Shay won it, but they keep coming over in my community. And I don't have bills about them. I don't know these dudes. And it's some haters, real haters. You can't do nothing to Wyatt, so give up. We are locked in. Forget it. Be mad. It's not my fault that people don't trust you or trust y'all. You know what I'm saying? And then people cop out, well, I ain't trying to build nothing. Yes, you are. You're mad. You are so fucking mad. And you just hate me. And you just hating. And you making me famous. Because ain't nobody paying you no mind. You don't even have an audience. Nobody's watching you but the same few people from 3 years ago. And they ain't nobody. They not nobody. You know, I'm still doing good. I'm still keeping it moving. And niggas is just haters. Haters. Real bad. And I feel people energy. And it's just too bad. I'm not the bitch that a man can control. That's the problem right there. You can't. I've never been that. Mm-mm. No, you can't do it. And niggas are mad. They're furious. I work during the day. I actually have a life outside of YouTube. So I can't be on all the time for 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 hours. I don't need to be on that long. I can't do it. I rather watch, I don't want a job with YouTube. I mean, I monetize, yes, and I do pretty good for my monetization, but I don't need to be on for 6 hours and 7 hours just to get like 2 or 3 thousand views. Oh my goodness, no. Sometimes I stay on, for 4 or 5 hours, but now I can't do it all the time. I have a life and a job outside of YouTube. I do. I like coming on lecturing and stuff. But you got these haters who just ain't got no life. It's not my fault that you're laying up with a Neanderthal chick. Not my fault. Not my problem. That's the life you chose. Be happy with your cave woman. I ain't got nothing to do with that. And, stop hating. I have my own audience. As you can see, we up in here strong. 1,400. Come on. You mad because you not me? Shit, I was in Dane's chat yesterday watching his live. Oh my God. In the middle of him delivering, they fucking cut his channel off while he was teaching us. But he had like 11,000 people watching live because he was speaking some um fire stuff. That man had like 12,000 something live people watching. And I was like, whoa. It was hot. And it was so hot what he was teaching. Next thing I knew, he was on for maybe a couple of hours, and he was really getting it in. Next thing I knew, it was like clip. And hopefully I looked, they didn't take the video, but it just clicked off. That shit was crazy to me. Me and Willie was watching. I was like, what? It just clipped. And I was like, yo, it was whacked. That was whack. Yes. Oh, girly. That's right. You was in there. Girl, did you see that? It was fire. And all of a sudden, because I was laying and he was, teaching about this stuff to us. Some good stuff. I'm not gonna say what he was teaching and stuff because I don't want my shit to get but he was teaching for like 2 hours. He was going hard. Everybody was up in there. Everybody. And all of a sudden it just clicked off. And we was like, well, what? Because he told us to hold it 1 second. He was getting ready to share it. Probably, I think he was going to do a share screener, share something or play something. And it just cut off right in the middle. And I was like, what? Because when Dane's going to go off, leave us for the night because he'll say goodbye to everybody and all that. He didn't say that. He was in the middle of lecturing. And I was like, wow, that was wild for me. That was wild. I ain't never seen that happen before. Never. I never seen that happen. And he's had like 10,000, right, girly? Like 10,000, 11,000 people still sitting there because I didn't even know that it happened until it happened because I didn't see a screen. And I seen a whole bunch of screens like the segment ended, but it just clicked off. I was like, whoa, whoa. Yeah, girl. 11,000 some people. And it just clicked off. You saw that too, Rodney? Oh my goodness. It was shocking to me because I thought he was going to come back on, but he didn't. I popped in half hour or so before the cutoff. Yeah, with all those commercials. Yes, yes. I couldn't believe it, Susan. I was like, what the hell happened? I refreshed my screen because I thought something was wrong with me, with us. And it wasn't. He was in the middle of the teaching to just cut off, just like that. So it was a fire segment too. So maybe he'll come back and give us a part two and use different words, but that was fire. It was fire. It was fire. But anyway, so yes, we have this butt coalition tribe. And they're very shy, Bobby, all of them, him, Shay Shun, not a coincidence, Red Squid. It seems like they're shy with coming out with their truth, you know. And I'm here to say it's okay if you're gay. It's okay. It's the life you choose, even if you're married and gay. So what? As long as your wife approves of your, behavior, that's your business. That's your business, Bobby. You know. But I really I was someone showed me the package that they get when they join Bobby's butt tribe. They get like a oh damn. I didn't know he got on his Discord. Damn, I wish somebody had sent me an email because I didn't know. Because we was looking and I didn't even think to go there. I didn't even think to go there. Next time I will. I will next time. But anyway, Bobby Knight, he's passing out these things. And his new little package. And his new package. It's a butt stretcher for all new incoming members. It stretches. You have to wear it for 24 hours. 24 hours. And it'll stretch that wide for them. So the newest members, and it's okay. So we support you. We will recommend your butt stretcher to everybody that's new and join you. You have our support. Okay. So yes, get your Bobby butt stretcher. That's what I call it. And they enjoy it. Yeah, that's what they do. You're supposed to, it's like really weird. I'm like, how on earth can somebody wear this thing for 24 hours? You have to wear it for 24 hours. 24 hours. You got to walk around and work and everything for 24 hours. And then you can remove it. And that's when you're an official member. I'm like, wow, interesting. So, yes, it's wild, girl. They use it, to stretch the butt. I was like, whoa, they brutal, brutal. But that's what they do. But like my dad said, like my dad said, just simply look for the shit stains on the front of the boxers. Okay. And so I look, oh, believe me, I'm looking for shit stains. I'm serious. Because no grown ass man have no shit stains on the front of their boxers. And I was, told that Bobby, In some instances there was stains on the front of his boxers, and he was a little ashamed. So he washed him out with bleach, and the guy that he was involved with said that it was okay and that it's not a problem. Things like that can happen. So I'm glad that, you know, Bobby was able to successfully, clean his underwear with bleach, because that's all you got to do. I do it for my grandsons when they make little poopies. Sometimes they have a little accident, but Bobby have so many, accidents on the front of his boxers. I mean, maybe he should just wear a thong where he ain't got to worry about that. I mean, that's what I would do. Just wear a thong. Okay. I mean, I somebody sent me the text. I was like, unsubscribe from him. So I got all, Wyatt Tribe members to unsubscribe from him. So he lost some subscribers because I tried to help him a couple of years back to get some subscribers for his channel. So they are unsubscribing. They'll get to it when they do. And they'll unsubscribe. But anybody else that be in there up on there, I don't care about them. They're just hating, and I don't care, you know. Well, if you're gonna join, Bobby has a butt tribe, and he came out, which is cool. He came out, and they're a tribe of men, who are very masculine, but they like men, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with it. And they pass out packets to join the tribe. This is a butt stretcher. You got to wear it for 24 hours. And after 24 hours, you are officially a member of the butt tribe because they want your butt. So I think it's going to work. I think it'll work, and I support them. I support them. You know, I mean, my thing is this. If you're up 1, 2, 10, no, let me even take it back. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, talking about Sister Bethy. I'm giving you fever. You get every panel I see these niggas on, they bring up my name, and I don't ever talk about them. I don't hold segments about. I don't even mention their names. But I notice anytime they go in Babs chat, if they go in Chief Holidays chat, Cuddy's chat, A1's chat, and they get on the panel, Sister Betty, I'm like, I'm sitting here waiting to enjoy the show. And then my name come up. I'm like, what? Why my name? Why is my name coming out your mouth? And then they're butthurt because I made up that fake tribe of my family. I put these old fucking people that I have no clue who they are on my tree. And they got mad because they thought they was my people. So they've been ass hurt since then because they don't know who my grandmother is after 1878. And I'm not going to give them their medicine. I'm not going to give them what they want. Try and figure it out. If you're a master genealogist like me, you should be able to find it. And when you do, your feelings is going to be real hurt. It's going to really bust you up real bad. I can tell you this. It's going to bust you up real bad. You're going to feel real bad if you ever do. So not being able to find them leads me to believe that you are an amateur and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't. So, but anyway, my name just keep coming up on every fucking panel. Was Sister Bethy? Was Sister Bethy? I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even know them. You would think I know them, and I don't even know them. I don't know them. I don't even know Red Squid, but he's a hater. He's a very jealous person. Very jealous person. They don't like nice looking women. A lot of them don't. They're very jealous men. You got men who are just jealous and angry. because, and they do. Men get very jealous and angry when a woman comes up and organize something to a T, and they hate you. They try to act like they like you, but deep down they really hate your ass. But I don't be caring because I feel the energy and I already know it. I know exactly who can't stand me. Trust me. Energy. I know how to read energy. It's something you feel. You if you can't feel energy and decipher it, you ain't no aboriginal. I'm from this soil. And that energy, you can feel it. But they play like they like you, but the energy is different. I feel the energy, but you know what? I just play it right along. Play right along. And now I see why they hate on Dane so bad. They can't keep his fucking name. Look, I've been in here 5 fucking years now. 5 years. And they still mentioning Dane's name. And Dane don't ever hold no segments about these niggas. None of them. So before they was mentioning my name on YouTube, because I'm new, and this mentioning of my name just started recently, But all those years that I've been in, you go on the piano and they gotta bring Dane's name up. And I saw that that was severe hate and jealousy. Because I mean, when you somebody like Dane, you got 11,000, 12,000 fucking people watching you. I could see that sparking jealousy and anger. And then all the books him and his wife wrote together. Plus, she wrote her own books too. She wrote her own books too. And she got her own channel. And I see the jealousy back then. And even up to and including his date. They mentioned his name. And I think a lot of it is because number one, Dane ain't fucking with them. He don't give them the time of day. He don't go over there vibing with them or nothing. He don't want shit to do with none of them. And that's how I have to get, because I learned, you know, the more you just don't, that you ignore them and you don't fuck with them, the more they got your name in their mouth. Now, I don't know Tariq Nasheed either, but motherfuckers hate on him because of his audience. And that's because Tariq don't fuck with him. He don't have him come on their panels to visit him because he don't need to. He don't need to pay nobody no mind that look, you less than 10,000 subscribers. He don't need to pay you no mind. Why would he? Why? Yo, why would he? I know, right? The butt tribe. And I that's what it is. Cause see, they go around and they're looking for you to get your subscribers to subscribe to them. But my tribal members ain't interested in none of them. They don't even socialize with people that act like that or period point blank. And it ain't my fault. It's not my fault that people don't want to fuck with you. That fuck with me. Bottom line. You have your audience and I have mine. You know? I did a redirect. This is how I know how my audience act. I did a redirect to Empress Obert, and all of them stayed watching her show. I did a redirect for Cuddy, and they stopped because they wasn't, prepared for the fighting and stuff. And unfortunately, they all just like bailed out. And I I can't force people. And they was freaking out because they thought that they was still in my chat room and they was like wondering what happened. Cause I said I was letting them know in the chat that I'm still in here. I'm just in the chat room. And that and so they just all got out and I ain't nothing I could do. Now I know they don't like the fighting and stuff and the threatening. That kind of scares them, puts them in an uncomfortable feeling. And I understand that. Now, I know that if Chief Holiday go live, because he don't, do that kind of stuff, they'll stay in that chat. Because I did direct it to Chief Holiday and they stayed in there and his subscription went up like maybe 1,000 or something. And I redirect to back a couple of times and his subscription went up 1,000 something too on that channel. I redirected it. So they do stay when they want to. Sometimes they just want. One guy was uh, and I know it was a white guy. He's like, "Well, I don't know where the fuck I am, but I got a bear, and this shit seems interesting." I was laughing so hard because they was fighting and threatening each other. But that's how we do. But anyway, so much for the butt tribe. If you're feeling like you want to join, and it sounds like something you want, just remember you're gonna get. I can't give you the butt stretcher if you're looking for that. You have to get that from Mr. Knight himself because he passes out the little bags and there's a butt stretcher in there. You you got to wear it for 24 hours and you're officially broken in and ready for them to enter. So you get that little package. So I don't know. Maybe they flip a coin who's gonna be first, whether it's gonna be Red Squid or I'm just talking about the niggas that be talking about me or Shay Shun, anybody over there that's enjoying them thinking they was gonna do something. These niggas is slow as hell. I mean, they like slow, real slow. And I'm like, where do they even come from? But anyway, let's move on. Let's move on because a lot of these topics, the next two things I'm going to talk about, it's going to be pretty touchy, and I will open up the chat. Sharice, how long is your paper? Fatty TV, you got a butt stretcher? Sharice, how long is your paper? Because I could probably slip you in. Oh yeah, they hate me for my support. Well, I always supported Dane. That's nothing new to them. Um, well, do you want to read it now? Cause Willie, yeah, the butt stretcher. All right, maybe we could do it tomorrow. What the hell? Tomorrow. Forget it. Because I didn't prepare you. I'll holler at you tomorrow. Maybe you could do it tomorrow. So let me move on to my next topic. Um, so I want to talk about something that we really need to talk about, and we can't deny what was happening on our plantations as a people and what was going on. Um, this is a heavy subject, and it has a lot to do with why we're where we are today. And no one likes to talk about it. No one likes to talk about this. And it needs to be spoken about because you have to really understand why our people, our ancestors joined the Union. You have to understand this. And you know, we can't tell the fairy tale story that all the Indians were these humble people. Now, beautiful, yes. For the most part, our people are loving and giving. And we still are that way, for as hateful as we are. We have always been loving and giving to other people other than ourselves. That's a fact. But we really have to take accountability and understanding and not cover our eyes up. I mean, we can cover our eyes, but we can't disbelieve what happened. There was a lot that, from what I'm reading, and why specific organizations are established. There are reasons why so many, hey, Copper, hey, now, there are reasons why specific organizations are established, 501c3s. And there are strong reasons why all our state and federal dollars are dwindled down to the nonprofits, which are the 501c3s. And it's all about reputation when it comes to 501c3s, reputation and organization. So let me give you this, and then I'll open the panel because I'm willing to dialogue with you. We can't deny this shit because it was the majority of us here. And the shit that you hear about, see, they put a story in your head that it was white masters doing this shit. It was something because it wasn't enough of them over here. We were in power. We were. We were. There was a lot of things going on our plantations: rapes, murders, killings, beatings, molestation, all these, everything you could think of that happens in society today was happening. That's why we have these laws. They created laws based on what was going on the mainland, across the states. We had a functioning government and it was demolished. They wanted to restart it all over again. And this is where you get the colored troops from, because they took a stand. I don't know what this shit is. People just be sending me stuff. Okay, I'm tired of this person. All right, so all right. I'm sorry, you guys. I couldn't understand why our ancestors. I learned. I had to learn, and it's stuff we keep turning our nose up to. Why our grandfathers became the colored troops. The majority of it was the majority of our people here running their own plantations, their farmlands. And listen, it wasn't always our next door neighbors of our plantations raping us. No, because the rapers would have been dead. It was happening in our own families, our cousins, distant cousins, some fathers, grandfathers, doing this to the women, and the men on the plantations. This shit is very real. And what we need to do is stop um blaming this on white people, because White people was doing it to their own people too. Seriously. Prostitution back in the 1800s was going on. Early 1800s. All this kind of shit was going on. Even pastors. They got raped. Women got raped in the church back in the late 17 and 1800s. Everything, women and men were getting raped by who the fuck ever. And a lot of it, most importantly, it was our own family members. That's why we came out. A lot of our women came out with these um, disturbed children, mentally disturbed and birth defect children, because this is what was going on. And they didn't have real abortionists back then. And not until the later 1800s, they had the old black witch lady who would use clothes hangers to do this shit. We was doing that kind of shit. Terrible shit. We acting like we was these great people, and we just wasn't. Now we done for years. We've been teaching the great part about our people, but we don't. You can't teach the great part and leave out the horrible part as to we why we ended up in the position we are now. And I know this shit to be true. It happened in all our families. I don't give a fuck what you say, because you wasn't back there to testify that it didn't happen. I'm telling you it happened. Law is created in the different states based on society's behaviors. They had laws that you couldn't beat your wife because they was beating wives in these Christian churches. Even back then, like when the wives did something bad, you got a whooping. Beating your kids. Yep, husbands, only a husband could beat their wife. They passed laws. And the law, if your husband beat you, he didn't get in trouble. So they changed. After our troops joined the infantry, and remember, I read to you so they could rebuild the country, rebuild it. They hired all these colored troops all across the states so that they could help rebuild the country. Remember, I read that rebuild because that shit was going on. They wanted to stop that shit. Like, if you were someone who lived on someone else's plantation, you and your family, you decided not to live. A lot of our people didn't want to live under their parents' rules and regulations on their plantations, so that they would find other people in other states. Like if you was in South Carolina and you was like, fuck that, I'm going to Georgia. My boy live in Georgia. They got a farm. I'm taking my family over there. We gonna move over there and start a life. That's what they did. They did. They went and worked on somebody else's plantation. That was their homeboy, and these was niggas. And they took their family because of a lot of reasons. Like, nah, I'm taking my wife and my kids and getting the fuck out of here because such and such. You know, when I'm out there working, they messing with my kids and my wife, trying to do this and that. So they take their fucking family and go. We've been moving, we've been moving across these states forever. And I know this shit to be true to happen. You know why? Because it still happens today. Little brothers getting their sisters pregnant. Your little 12 and 13 and 14-year-old sons was getting their 12-year-old sisters pregnant because they had periods. That kind of shit was going on. And I know it to be true because this shit still happens today. Mom can't leave her 12-year-old daughter home with their 14-year-old and 16-year-old sons because they experiment. They want to not be virgins no more. They want to experiment. This shit goes on. I don't give a fuck what your race is. I'm speaking facts. People don't like to hear this shit, but this is true. And look, it wasn't just the brothers' experience with their little sisters. It was the big sisters' experience with their little brothers and their little cousins. You got a 14, 15-year-old cousin, and she babysitting, and she's experimenting with the 12-year-old. And her ass ended up pregnant, experiment with her. Oh, I'm telling you, this is the bullshit that was going on. And it still goes, oh, thanks, Willie. This is the real shit. So you gotta know. I know this shit hurt, and you don't like to hear the truth, but this is the fucked up shit we was doing. Look, I don't care about other races at this point. I'm not talking about white people right now. I'm talking about our history. This channel is about our history. Now, white people can listen because they know this to be true, because it happens in their families still to this day too. Facts. I don't know what the hell is going on with my computer. I got this big ass blue Hewlett Packard PC hardware diagnostic Windows. This shit is coming up. But if anything happens, I'll come back on. Yes, this was going on. And it's still going on today. This is why they make laws. Yes. So, you know, a lot of us was doing as grandfathers. They show this shit in the movies and they say it's a not true story, but that shit is really real. Facts. And that's a fact. Can y'all hear me? Give me a one. Because I don't know why this shit popped up on my screen. Let me see if I can get it off. Give me a minute, y'all, because this thing is on my damn computer. Oh, good. This HP PC hardware diagnostic Windows is up. And I don't know why it's doing this shit. Okay, give me a minute, y'all. I can see it, but y'all can't. Give me a minute. Oh, okay, it went off. Good, it went off. It's doing its own little diagnostics test. But this is very, very true, y'all. This is why these are reasons why those colored troop infantry was established, because they wanted to redo it all over, because there were so many laws that excused man for what they were doing. Seriously. And it's true. If a man brought a man and woman as their slave, purchased them, our people were purchasing slaves. Women were purchasing husbands that were wealthy. But men that were purchasing, hey, Jeremiah, men that were purchasing families, that master, if he purchased you, say like, all right, say like Jeremiah and his wife was looking for a place to stay because they wanted to get the fuck away from their family in the South. And then him and his wife and his kids, the owner of this big ass plantation, black person, decides to give them a little spot on their plantation when they put up their little, build their little house. And so Jeremiah moves in with his wife and maybe his two or three kids. And they, of course, agreed to work on the farm for the master. And that motherfucker get drunk, or he feel like he wants something coochie from Jeremiah's wife. He can go and do that. And he could take it while Jeremiah's out in the field not working. He can't hear his wife screaming because that fucking plantation is so big. And he done went up in there and had did it with her. No jail, no prison time, no nothing. Because he could do what he want to with his slave. He owns the slave. You know how many white women had to put up with that shit with their white husbands raping the people that they owned on their plantation? This shit is all true. That's why they have these laws for every behavior that's going on across these states. They have a law for it in every state. Rape was one of the biggest ones that they enforce all across all the states because it has such a horrible history. And see, the movies and the media got us blaming all this shit on white plantation owners. Oh no, fuck no. You're leaving out the Negro ones, the Indians. You're leaving them out. The brown Negro Indians that look like me. That was the majority of them. And they did what the fuck they want. I mean, think about it. You got a 40-year-old man married to a 13-year-old girl. That was permitted. It was all custom. Shit, my great third generation grandmother had 13 kids, all by the same man. Okay. And she was 14 when she had her first baby. And after that, every year after that, for 13 years straight. That and the husband is usually 20 or 30 years older than them. We see it when we look at this census sheets. Like, how is he her wife? She's only 14. And she got these kids. How is she 14 with 3 fucking kids by the time she's 17? And after that, just every year. And I'm like, there was no law to put a clamp on that. And I grew up with a lot of girls from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, y'all, this is the island, Caribbean. And they had it a practice which just like alarming. So I know that this was some kind of custom for the Indians over here. But not this custom. Really fucked me up. She was like, girl, the father was the one that broke in the daughter. He had to break her in when she turned 12. How about that disgusting shit? And they're Indians, they're indigenous. South America, that was accepted in South America. They would tell me about that shit. That's why I said census sheets tells the stories. You just got to look at them for what the fuck they is. Say, wait a minute, how old is my third generation grandmother right here? 21, and you already got like 5 kids? You got to figure that out. Say, wait a fucking minute. Yes, they still do that today. And You know what? Our black men, this is why white men hate black men so bad, because they would get white women pregnant and then wouldn't even claim the baby back then. There was a lot of shit going on that we're not we can't excuse our ancestors for real. Cause I mean, I know Emmett Till was a fake thing. That was some bullshit. But to have that kind of hatred for a black kid young like that, we got to see what the fuck was going on. How do you hate a little young kid, 12 years old? I was so livid about that story, Emmett Till story, because that was some bullshit. And then there was a lot of stories like To Kill a Mockingbird. That shit is very real. That's fucked up that white women would do. They would be in there moosing with them black dudes. And then the minute they know they're about to get caught, they'll yell rape. They still do that shit today. It ain't changed. Because at the end of that movie, you seen that white man whooped his wife ass because he knew at that time that that bitch lied. Because that movie, hey Sylvia, that movie To Kill a Mockingbird, it was something else. The fucking man, he couldn't even use his right hand, his master hand. So how he gonna rape somebody? That fucked him up. And at the end of that movie, that white dude beat his wife's ass because he knew at that point she was lying. She was trying to get that man to come in her house, and they still do that today in corporate management. They still, I mean, white women will hire your husband, right? Being so fine and shit, because they always want to experience with a black guy. They want to have sex with him. Same thing with white men. But always rejected them motherfuckers. But they, white women, all their life have wanted to have sex with black men because of our bodies and their hearings of how great our men are in bed with sex. And it's the truth. We ain't even gonna front that Negroes got that fuck game. Ain't gonna lie, because every woman in the motherfucking planet want a black man. Because they know they the gods when they come in with that swinging land. And they still do that in corporate manage today. They hire him because they want to sleep with him. And then when the black guy brings in the way our men, I see our men do it all the time. They bring in, when they notice that a white woman is trying to get with them, they bring in their wife's picture. These are the niggas that ain't a piece of shit. Really. They'll bring in their picture of their wife and their family. And that white woman is angry because she can't get him. So then she start to harass him. He start not to be a great worker because shit ain't going her favor. The white woman do the same motherfucking thing as white men at work. And that's a fact. So, like I said, they make laws for every type of uncomfortable behavior. Work at sexual harassment, white women. They do a lot of shit to men that's uncalled for. They do. I've seen it. They'll say, "Well, he's making passes at me." A lot of them be lying because he keeps looking at my breast. This one lady was saying that when I worked at this other company to be unnamed, she said that some guy was staring at her breast. This bitch had flat, sunny side up eggs. And I'm like, how is he staring at her breast? So the other white girl said, I don't know why she thinks he's staring at her breast. He's probably trying to figure out why she doesn't have any. White woman crazy as hell. And I'm like, look, you're supposed to be taking out the statement. You're not supposed to say that. And she's like, no, I'm just saying that to you. I'm standing here staring at her. She doesn't have any. So he's probably trying to figure out why she doesn't have any. I'm like, but you can't write that in that report. But this is when we this is when we took statements. I'm a company to be unnamed. All right. But I was just laughing. Some of these cases are are crazy. Some of these cases are really, really crazy. So so I I just want you to understand why. Because I would say if these people, if this story is so true about how they treated us Indians, something's not making sense. It's just not making sense. There, I can't see white men raping a woman and our people sitting there just watching. And remind you, they didn't have Uzis and 9 millimeters back then. So they had one shotgun. That's why I don't believe the fucking slave story of snatching them in chains and shit. How you gonna snatch up a bunch of niggas with a shotgun? His first shot, he only getting one nigga if he don't miss. Because niggas duck. And they didn't have no 9 millimeters, that little boop with ammunition. This is why I said this whole slave shit gotta be some bullshit. I just can't see it. You got a one shotgun, right? One white man and his wife with all this land and all these niggas on the plantation, and you got a shotgun. How are you going to be alive as a master with over 50 or 60 niggas on your plantation working? The white man wouldn't be alive. One of them niggas would have got his ass if he would, and he can't miss with his only one shotgun. That's why I said this shit is just all lies. And we got to make common sense. Now, what really pisses me off is with the white people not believing who the fucking Indian is. I'm like, y'all, boomer white people need to come off y'all bullshit. Seriously. Seriously. Because you didn't get a bunch of niggas from Africa. That happening. Especially the way Africans fight. They chop your fucking head off and eat you for dinner. All the gross shit they do, I can't see it happening. And you don't have any information to trace any of us back to Africa. And that's the part that makes Jabarian upset. That's why they push the blood test. And I'm like, no, motherfucker, get out of here. You know who the fuck was here when they got here. And they hate to admit that fucking shit. Foreigners hate to admit that shit. They hate to admit who the fucking Indian is. They hate it because they know their grandparents from Ireland lied and said they was the Indians. It's a fucked up thing. But I mean, we have to understand these stories because a lot of shit we wasn't forced to do that we didn't want to do. Now, the forcing of us off our land after a particular land was sold, you know, when we were imposed with fraudulent tax laws, okay? Yes, that did happen to us Indians that remained and didn't go to Oklahoma. That did happen. And with Wall Street, those Indians that did not want to live on the plantation built up Wall Street because they didn't want to live on the plantation, all those Indians. So they built up Black Wall Street and it was booming. And because they didn't live on the plantation and they Oklahoma became a state, that's when they started charging them taxes. And they wasn't paying them. And so they began burning. Oh, it's a whole fucking story, y'all. And then they showed that fake ass mongoloid movie. What is it? I forget the name of it. Of them Indians out in the West, way in the West. Um, oh, it just came out, y'all. What's that little corny ass movie that they made of the Indians? Some fucking Indians. Some of the actors kind of look quadroon. Yeah, I saw that video, girly. Yeah, Killers of the Flower Moon. That was some corny shit. But you could see what happened. And the funny part about it, right? They showed that movie, but when they got ready to show all the destruction of the area, they threw in the Oklahoma burning. They threw why they were showing Oklahoma. I was like, well, wait a minute. Why they popped the picture of Oklahoma in here? Uh, they popped the picture when they got ready to show the real footage. They show Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. And I'm like, ain't this some shit? I mean, they're trying to tell y'all the story in your face, but you ain't seeing it. And I was watching Cuddy's movie about, oh no, Dane was showing something really great. But I saw that bullshit. I wish they would try it. But I was watching Dane's segment when that lady was telling the whole process about the birth certificate and all that shit. And I was thinking, I'm like, no, I'm thinking that these foreign bitches is trying to set your ass up. That's why I really, oh, I wish I could have talked with Dane while he was live showing that movie. Because it seems to me like they're telling this whole story and they're trying to set you up to remove yourself so you can't be taxed and then fuck with you because you're not part of the United States, wage war on you, and whatever happens to you, like from law enforcement or anything, ain't nothing they could do because they don't have jurisdiction over you. Oh, but that's okay. He he um I purposely made that genealogy up for him to say. So he didn't do any damage. No, nobody believe him, old dog. New Tricks TV. He ain't getting nothing. I played they ass. I showed my genealogy live, a fake genealogy I made up. And I knew they was gonna run with it, so I let them. But they mad because I jaded them all. I played them and they mad about it. They real mad. You don't think people shouldn't be putting up lies about their genealogy? You just mad because I won't show you the truth, nigga. I know what you want and you ain't gonna get it. You not gonna get it. You ain't ever gonna get it because you stupid as hell. But anyway, you throwing me off. Anyway, I think this Polish bitch or whatever she sound like, Armenian or whatever, and they trying to play a game. So I wanted to ask Dane about that too, because she be trying to set us up. But I'm real serious about what was going on our plantations, and um, the life became so oppressive living on the plantations, whether it was under our families or just us, period, from the threats and everything that was going on. But a lot of it had to do with living under the conditions of our own families on those huge ass plantations. Oh, another part of that thing that Dane was showing is like when they made us the tenant when we the real fucking owners. But yeah, I there was so much going on that it's just unspeakable. And that's why they said we, They went out and got all these Negro troops, colored troops, and the colored troops began recruiting for other troops to join. They was doing it across the states. They was doing it up in Massachusetts and everywhere, recruiting colored troops to help fight in this war because the Indians was real mad in the South, living under mom and dad, and we was doing the same thing today that we did back then, running away, getting the fuck away from the family, and just we can't get along even as families. If we don't get along as families, how we gonna get along as a people? Make that make sense. That's why in while we come up and develop ways where we can help each other rather than burn each other. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna open up. Hey, Copper, are you able to come up on the panel? You and Sharice or anybody? I'm gonna put the link in the chat because it's open now, and then we'll go into Darwinism and other open topics. Um, there's the link. I'm gonna take a little break, and then we'll go into Darwinism and other open topics. Hey, Sharice,
Hey, baby.
what's good, sis?
Nothing much. I just wanted to go ahead and hit the link and see what was good and really be able to excuse my phone. And really be able to comment on that piece when you were talking about what's that? Incest with the family. I don't know if I should use incest or
Yep,
not.
yep, that's what it is.
Yeah, because I have it's some instances like that in my family because I was struggling with some parts of my genealogy. And my father ended up revealing that one of his grandmother, Ollie, married her cousin, Nathan. And I
Mm.
said, what? And I'm not sure if it was happening before that as well on his line because I kept seeing the same last name on both sides. Well, it's two different last names on my father's side. So there's Pastels and there's Boziers or Bozier. I'm not sure how they pronounce it, but I think it's Bozier. And they're all from South Carolina. But like I kept looking, I'm like, well, why are they on this side and on this side unless somebody was, doing something and having kids together? So I think that like a lot of that stuff is like very prominent what you said, especially down to what goes on in our own families, because I even had a great granddad who would shoot at his sons. So, it's just a lot of stuff that I think we have to unpack. Like, that's why it's important for people to look into their own family and learn their own family history so that they can discover these things. And it'll help us push forward ultimately. But yeah, I definitely resonated with a lot of that today, because I know I see these things where I'm working in right now. I see a lot of these instances where there's, siblings touching siblings and things like that. So I do think that a lot of these things needs to be addressed, and a lot more.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Sharice. It is something people don't like to talk about because a lot of parents are ashamed, and it really touched our community back in the 70s heavy. I mean, it was always going on. I mean, this one woman had to move from Alabama with her two children, because her um mother's, let me see her father got her pregnant twice, but turned out he wasn't her real father. But the mother hated her, but couldn't understand that the man was raping her, and a lot of that went on. And so she took him and moved to Connecticut, and
Hmm.
then her kids started having a kid with each other. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's just terrible. This woman had her daughter got pregnant by her brother,
Mm.
and it's sad, real sad.
Yeah,
A lot of this is going on.
it is. It is. And I think it's more prevalent today than ever before. And I do believe it stems from things that were happening from generations before. A lot of things are genetic. Even I feel as though a lot of things are genetic when we're talking about what's being passed down or what things are being passed down. So, like, I mean, I even put that in the realm of mental health and all of that stuff. I believe a lot of that stuff be passed down through genes, and it's coming from someone, and it's coming from somewhere.
But
Because
I
I feel like,
mean,
hmm,
oh, I'm
go,
sorry.
no,
No, no, go ahead.
go ahead, Sister Bethy. Go ahead, girl. This
I, I,
your
I'm,
channel.
I'm just like, no, but I didn't mean to cut you off, sweetheart. I didn't. I
Now
want you
you
to
gotta get that
finish.
thought out. Yeah, you had to
It's
go through
like
what I was saying.
I don't think it's a gene. I think it's just kids wanting to experiment. You know, because a lot of them are, these kids were seeing what their parents were doing. And it really started heavy in the 70s because there became a lot of single households,
Yes.
and mom had to go to work and leave the oldest home to watch the little ones. I remember that as a kid because we had to have keys. Our mother made us keys to the door, and we all had to wear our keys around our neck on a shoestring tied around our neck. And this was happening to kids in the hood. Their bigger brother was messing with them and shit like that. You know, so it was experiment, and they call it experiment. And I ain't nothing mental because your ass know right from wrong. But when you don't have that two-parent household, that is easily can happen because mom's not there, and the bigger purse brother or sister offer you candy and cookies not to tell, all that kind of
Hmm.
shit. I know this. Yep.
Yeah.
Bamu, go
He
ahead,
on
Sharice.
mute.
He on mute. Ali
Yeah.
Bamu. Hey,
Good
Choctaw.
out. Good
There you go.
afternoon, sisters.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Okay. Hey.
How are the both of you today? And Sharice, you said you're ready to graduate. Is that
I
in May?
am. This May, yes.
Oh, girls, the goodest feeling, that best feeling ever.
It's an amazing feeling. Like, I'm just so happy I didn't give up on myself, and that
That's
I
right.
kept pushing. And I think that's the important thing that I always hold to myself. Like, I never give up and I never quit. So this is a big testament for me. And I'm just grateful to have made it to this point, being a full-time student. I have an internship and I'm a single mother. So this accomplishment right here really means a lot to me. So thank you, Ali Bamu, for bringing it up. Yes, I will have a Bachelor of Social Work this May.
Yes, amen. Girl, I know it. I remember I went through the same thing. It was tough. I was working full time, going to grad school full time,
Yes,
and being a wife and a mother. It was tough, but I did it. I refused to not do it.
yes,
What's
and that's
up,
how.
Bamu?
And congratulations to you, I'm gonna call you tribal mother. No, but can we walk for a minute on what I asked you when I first realized that you were going to school? And you're in the DC area still proper, right?
That's correct.
Did you get a chance? Not that I was saying do your homework, as BAP likes to suggest. Did you verify that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing ran the Department of Health in
I
Washington,
did not.
D.C.?
I did not verify it. I did not
Dr.
verify
Who,
it.
Ali Bamu?
Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. You
So
know who wrote the ISIS papers?
Yes.
the Cress theory of color confrontation, which was her supposed seminal work that brought her her doctorate. However, can we walk a bit, both of you, as queen mothers? Because since I can't bring people here, can we walk a moment here? I know your conversation may have been going someplace else, but I tried in the last conversation with Sharice to clarify that when I say identity crisis is a thing, it is a mental condition. So when we don't address it as such, we keep having superficial, frivolent conversations. So in your first paper, before the one that you just submitted, I believe you shared with me that you did put at least some of the ISIS papers or her color confrontation theory as part of your presentation.
No, it was DeGru,
Well,
post traumatic slave
that
syndrome.
would be her protege, but that would be her
Yes,
protege.
yeah, so yeah.
Now, do you understand that how it came from Dr. Frances Cress Welsing to her proposal? And I don't know if that was her submittal for her becoming a doctor as well.
You know what? I have a lot of respect for Francis Cress Welsing. So no, I was not aware of that. But that's amazing. That's amazing.
But again, I'm only forgive me because I always qualify what comes out of my mouth. I'm just repeating what I heard. But that was
Mm-hmm.
supposedly out of her mouth, referring to Dr. Welsing, as in Dr. Welsing referred to Neely Fuller Jr. Now, I could be in error. I'm just sharing this for your clarification because
Mm-hmm.
this is the baton handing to the next generation. Okay. So if you
Absolutely.
go and verify those connective tissues, then DeGoey to Francis Cress Welsing to Neely Fuller Jr., what would your conclusion be as a psychiatrist or psychologist or an obvious flag on the play, Black social worker? What's the seriousness of the identity crisis as a mental health issue?
Well, in my personal opinion, or in my honest opinion, in my clinical opinion, we are in a this is a severe situation when we're talking about the confusion of identity. I like to relegate it to all the imagery and things that we've seen throughout the course of our generations and throughout the courses of our lives that have painted a picture of who Black Americans are. And I think that when you instill those things into your brain, when you hear that you're a bad person all the time, when you hear that your group was a slave, when you hear that you guys were getting beat to no avail and that nobody was doing shit, I think that that in itself could make you feel super duper low about yourself as a group of people and as an individual. And like for me, I feel like it's really an issue as well because we have a lot of people like they've ingrained this into us. So we have to understand how much unlearning we have to do to like people have to really be able to come into this understanding in order to get it. Because I know the people in the chat get it, like Sister Bethy gets it, you Alabama, you get it, but it's people who really believe in the things that we were taught through grade school. And that has, in my opinion only, fragmented a lot of our thought process, and I think that it's jaded us, and it's kept us in this one position, and now everyone feels that way. And it's pretty sickening almost, like, to know that we've developed an identity crisis based on the images and the imagery that media has put out about us, and how we're being treated by other ethnic groups of people. And these are the things I want people to understand, even down to when how laws are being made, because even just as recent as maybe a week or two ago, DC passed a crime bill where if you're out here loitering or trespassing or anything like that, or if they feel like you're in too big of a group, the police can come and do something to you. And people, and I don't think that when they create laws and when they do the things that they do, I don't think that they realize how that is adding to trauma. And that's what we've experienced. So even outside of slavery itself, and outside of that institution, outside of all of those things, we still deal with it when we see things like Trayvon Martin, when we see the constant crime, black on black crime in our communities, when we see it with anything, even our young babies. It's they're even doing it. So yeah, this is definitely a case of uh I like to say post traumatic stress disorder, and I only say post traumatic stress is because I feel like we are directly experiencing the effects of what our ancestors went through without necessarily experiencing it. And I can just tell in the behavior today. And yeah, that's my ultimate opinion of it. I don't have my paper right in front of me because I could really like dig into it a lot more. I just think that it's this notion that, we are Africans and all of these things, and being disassociated from that, and, not really, yeah, disassociated from that. And that has never been in our culture, that has never been in our being, but yet they've made this ethnic identity and they've given it to us, and that causes confusion.
Now, I didn't want to spill the beans that you, my good sister here, is preparing to do a specific build on that. But let me just say, and as a good young mother, as you are, as a woman who is of compassion, because that's the reason why you're going into this profession, having been the ex-husband of a nurse, and I understand more than most possibly that people don't realize nursing is not a profession, it is what is you are, as all mothers are nurses, if we got down to the fundamentals of it. But you're giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to suggest it that, not that you're not insightful and can truly understand it's a bigger picture issue here. When they pass legislation, they do know what they're doing. They do know it is targeting us. Now, one other piece I wanted to put to you, if you weren't aware of, are you familiar with Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu and the conspiracy to destroy Black boys by third grade?
Kwanzaa, is that with the K?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm
K
writing
A
that down.
W
That's a name
A
I've never
N
heard.
Z A. I want to say, I think it's
I'm familiar with that.
Kawanza. No, that's Jawanza. Jawanza.
Hold up, you went out a little bit, Ali Bamu. Where you go?
He muted his mic.
Oh Lord. It's all, yeah, it's all good. We'll let him get himself together. Sister Bethy.
Hey,
I just wanted to tell
so
you how much I respect you, Sister Bethy. Do you want to know the first time I saw you?
when?
So like, this is way before, like, I kept saying, like, where is this woman? Because I've been wanting to find you like years ago. And I saw you, like, they had a clip of you in DC, and you was
Oh
raising your
yeah.
fist and you was letting them know what the business. I said, who is this woman? I said, when were they in DC? What the hell? Because I
Mic
didn't,
check.
I don't be knowing that these things are going on. But I just wanted you to know, like, I have so much respect for you. Like, we
Oh,
need people like you that's gonna get up in people's ass and let them know what time it is. And like, yeah, we're gonna lay this Indian stuff out because we're not having it anymore.
we have
Can you
to.
can
And
can you hear
yeah.
me? I'm back
Oh
in the
yeah, we
honky
All
can.
right, you
hole.
back.
Yeah, I didn't
It's
do anything. You muted your mic. First you was going low, and then you muted your mic.
Did you hear what I asked you about Jawanza Kunjufu?
Yeah, I
You
was
heard
telling
that.
you that I'm aware of her.
Him, that's
I mean
Oh,
him.
Dr.
That
Johnson.
theory that he
Jawanza.
had about the little black kids, preparing
And
them for jail.
you can pull him up on YouTube and probably see the interview, which was very controversial with Phil Donahue,
Yep.
Sharice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing of it is with the issue of the preschool to prison pipeline
Mm-hmm.
that
Hmm.
people are dismissive of. And we know who those people are. It's primarily the so called system that we are sanctioning and defining as white supremacy, which is fake. I don't give a damn what people say that slavery is fake or not. That can always be debated and will be debated since slavery has existed from probably Cain and Abel or whatever predates biblical
Exactly.
references of
Yeah.
interactions with human beings. But the
Hmm.
issue of white superiority is fake. Now, while we're empowering a white supremacist construct, infrastructure, litigation, adjudication in the courts, everything that's built on this fundamental building block that Jesus Christ, the Christ, that's not his last name. It's not Jesus Christ first and last name. It's Jesus, the Christ, created by the Holy Roman Universal Church and whitewashed in portraiture as a white man. These are fundamental pillars to self identity. Would you agree,
Absolutely,
Charisse?
sir. Yes,
I would
sir.
agree too.
So if everything is based on that foundation, what can you have but toxicity and lies? And isn't the requirement ongoing whitewashing?
Mm-hmm.
Could you elaborate
Correct.
on what your perspective of whitewashing is, Sharice?
I feel like they've whitewashed everything. So when I say everything, I'm talking down to our history. I'm talking down to our imagery, how we look, everything. Like they just completely made history. They've put themselves on the side of the victors. That's what I'll say
Correct.
about it. And it's sickening. Like it's just sickening to me. Like we're in a world of mess. Uncle, can I call you Uncle Alabama? Is that okay?
I take any blessings from the young generation that's already ignoring me. But go ahead, cook. Go ahead.
No, you know what? I don't like to see anybody yelling and cussing at Alabama bad. That hurts me.
Me either.
I have to turn it off because it's fucking not necessary. That's bad. It hurts to
That
see that.
Alabama is what we would call an
Like it's
elder.
pretty fucked up. I'm serious. You got one time to talk to me raggedy, and I'm gone. I ain't coming back. Nobody deserved that.
But it's understandable for you to say that. But we're the parents, we're the grandparents, we're the potential great grandparents, regardless of how wayward our
Yeah.
children, grandchildren, and hopefully I want to have great grandchildren. I brought them here. They didn't bring me here. So
Mm.
that's the fact. They don't have to be my direct blood descendants. Okay.
No, they
But this
don't.
is the problem we have here with just one word, nigga.
Yeah.
And this goes side by side with whitewashing of a white superior to the nigga. Could you continue to elaborate on what you think? Well, you too, Chief Morning Thunder, on
Yes.
whitewashing of the structure. It starts with Uncle Sam, federal, state, and local governments based
Yes.
on who? People
Yeah.
thinking what? They are
Right.
white and we are not.
Correct.
Elaborate, sisters, on this is not just a fictitious thing. Though it starts with that. The actual behavior and actions flowing from this is
They.
what is killing us literally.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
mean, I know it's a what do you call it? What do I want? What am I? The word am I thinking of? It's a stereotype. It's a stigma.
Mm-hmm.
There are white people that literally think that they are superior, and when they're in these positions of power, they feel that they could do any fucking thing to you. And then when you tell them you're being discriminatory, they don't want to believe it. They think it's a privilege. They do. They think that they are better than you, and they're fucking liars. They're liars. And it what really pisses me off the most, for you to think that you're better than me. They've been fucked up in their heads. They've been taught that their hair fur is better than ours, that they got the good hair. No, all this shit. And we've been taught that our hair is bad and kinky. And first of all, I got curly hair and it's kinky. But, it's like they're told that they got the better here. And a lot of our people really believe that they can only make it in life because of them. And that's a fucking lie. That's why they marry them. I mean, this shit started in the church. This
And you know
supremacy,
what else
it
it is?
started in the church. They started you praying to their white God. It started in the church. My grandmother would never put up a white picture of Jesus in the house. That just didn't go down in our
No.
house. But it literally started in the church. The church is what made that was the indoctrination, to make them think that they are who they are, that they're God and they're not.
Mm. And I think what people don't realize about how race was set up, this thing was set up. Kanye told no lies when he said
No,
race
he
was
didn't.
made up.
It
Because
was.
when I read the definition of race, and I'm going to go over it again when we go on your when I come on your and do my presentation, because what they don't understand is that people were separated into categories according to
Yeah.
what they felt like someone looked like. So they put you in a category based on your skin complexion, based on your hair, based on your eye color, or whatever it is. That's what they based it on.
Reclassification.
They didn't base it
Classification.
on your ethnicity, where you were from, or none of that stuff. They looked at your color and they determined who you were. And then they treated you
Facts.
accordingly when they wrote it into law.
Correct.
And this thing is twisted up. And I just hate that we've been felt and manipulated to believe that we were awful in society, and that our presence wasn't more felt than what it truly is, and that we've
Hmm.
always, like, what I've realized is that we've been like the example for the all the diaspora of melanated people for a long time. Even when I was a little girl, because any immigrants that I would see, like once they got assimilated into this country and still do, they want to dress and look like us. Even the ones who they see us on TV or whatever, all they want. We're the example.
Yep.
We're the blueprint. And
That's a
this
fact.
country, in this system rather, has done a good job of making complete fools out of us. And what white people don't understand, and they may do, is that that's why I always tell people, like, they were slaves too. They're under the same system as everyone
Yep.
else. They're working too.
Yep.
They working all day too. They getting up early too. They doing the same shit.
Yep.
And I don't want nobody to ever forget that. They may have a little more power. It may be some more power in certain areas, but they got somebody to answer to. Everybody do.
Yep.
And that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, like, really, it's the illusion that they're doing, that they're better off than us, but in actuality, that's not what it is. That's not what it is.
Well, we
And
do now the illusion of inclusion by integration. Before we move to that, did you see what I sent you, Bethy, about this reporting that's going on?
I didn't get
Now,
a chance
there's,
to look at it. You sent me like three things: the
I
future of
think it,
Buried in Affairs, American Indian images being defiled, and the Negroes know the truth about Aboriginal Americans. That's
now
a video.
the one about the images. This is along the bill that we're doing right now. I forgot whether it was an article or not, but I wanted you to have that because this ICT, I'd love for you to see if you could reach out to them because they're doing the reporting on these Siberian Huskies. So I forgot exactly what it was because there was a lot of things that kind of came in succession while I was looking at it. But the images things is from this compile. This is a compendium from the Smithsonian. Now I do know, or I think I'm sure you did, include them in your overarching, lawsuit. I don't ever want to, you know, cross the boundaries of having you discuss it because I understand how that is with ongoing litigation. But when they are using this hide the facts approach in the discussion that we were having about the eviction notice that I attempted to bring up, which is so hard to do amongst the chaotic behavior of errant young men. Did you
Mm.
see that video, that TikTok about her going to supposed the mayor of Atlanta, one of the
Oh my
house
goodness.
Negroes?
Did I see it?
Okay,
Did I?
Straight Smoke and you maybe want to expound on a build on that with those two lawsuits. The one lawsuit was Tulsa granting them 3 million acres of land. Now, this is specific to the Muskogee Creek Nation. I
Hmm.
attempted to reach out to Neely Fuller Jr. this morning. I did not. I was not able to get on the line. My question would have been this for him. And you notice the way that Cuddy is fired up. That if the Muskogee Creek Nation was awarded 3 million acres of land by the city of Tulsa,
Hmm.
is a pending lawsuit against the University of Auburn about them building a casino while digging up remains, and I'm sure you already know who the remains are. It isn't them. And the Cop City notification they claimed as the contemporary representatives of the Muskogee Creek Nation. These are three seminal examples, Sharice, of identity theft ongoing.
Hmm.
And who is the Muskogee Creek Nation? Authorized of the five civilized tribe, propped up by federal recognition, and Uncle
Yep.
Sam now propping them up on their hind legs and giving them standing while giving them blood libel. Blood libel is the land they claim are theirs. Blood libel is allowing the University of Auburn and then going to grant them, which is already a part of the process. They have been granted the authorization of remains being put in their hands first, not ours, but they refuse. They quickly go and try to rebury them someplace else. They refuse to allow archaeologists and anthropological scientific study that could reveal what they are, Negro remains. And ultimately, the Cop City example targeting the quote unquote nigger, the Negro male, the boy on the preschool to prison pipeline, they're claiming they're affected by it. Now, in the second story or the eviction notice, they used a reverend female claiming they represent the Black community standing in solidarity with the Siberian Husky
Okay.
imposters. And in the University of Auburn, which is Alabama, so we're going from Georgia to Alabama, backwards to Oklahoma. And while they gave them 3 million acres of land, how did they disregard Viola Ford Fletcher, Sharice, an actual survivor of racial massacre? Ongoing. So I would argue, not that you're not correct, my dear sister, there is no post trauma. It will maybe more accurate as a
More
scientific term
current.
that you can create. Cook on it, sister. Cook on it.
It's awful. It's awful. And I did see that article and I did read a little bit of it. And I had also been looking into like other things too, like them having an Indian. They had a Senate. I know Sister Beth, we ain't got nothing to do with that shit. I'm hit. But I just wanted to, explain to Alabama that they had a whole hearing on whether or not descendants of freedmen, they call it that's the descent, basically African American and or black people, as these people stated, who were eligible to uh, to apply for the civilized tribes, and are
Hmm.
they is that their right, and for them to uphold those 1866 treaties that were put in place, for them to
Well,
recognize.
hold on. There are two switcheroos here. You got the
Yeah.
Cherokee Nation version, and I believe it's a
Yeah,
Choctaw
I'm about to
Nation
get into
version.
it. Yes, sir.
Okay, but before you elaborate on that, because this is what's interesting to me that Viola Ford Fletcher is not referred to as a Creek or a freed woman, Queen Mother, if you could, and the descendant, and I think it may have been her direct descendant, the Purple Tie Gang that Cuddy likes to refer to. That
Mm.
same young man is representing the Cherokee freed, not free, freed
And that's
men.
sad
But
because
go,
the 18, I just want to point something out quick. None of those 1866 treaties mentioned African American.
No,
That
strictly
word usage was not used in the treaty.
yeah. You know they're gonna use modern day, terminology. We
Yeah,
know.
well, that's what they got to knock off,
But see,
and we
that's the
won't do nothing
hijack
about it.
that we have to dodge. This is exactly the point that I'm raising here on how they transitioned us. Do you remember when we did a build or tried to do something, which is always difficult? I'm trying to focus these young minds. The American Indian movement, in the first paragraph that pops up on screen, talked about the urban Indians and the specific issues it was organized around was housing patterns, discrimination, and police brutality. Please explain to me where there is a Siberian, a Mongoloid
Yeah,
hybrid, or
none.
someone like Elizabeth Warren that's amongst the urban Indian population in 1968. By
No.
1973, Russell Means has now been lifted up, and they've transitioned the original organizing around urban Indians to tribal indigenous issues after Wounded Knee in 1973. So there's a perfect process of the hijack, Sharice, but keep cooking on that because this is extremely fundamental, and we have to start at the start, not in the middle of the story. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I found it. I think they did this like a little over a year ago when they came together. I think this was after something. I think Smoke Signal had brought up. He had remember we was on that bill that day, Sister Bethy, and Smoke Signal had brought up that article that they were doing something then. But I think this particular hearing was after that article, so addressing the same things. But yeah, all five representatives of the civilized tribes were present in this hearing, including the Cherokee freedmen representative, which was a woman named I believe her name was Merlin Van. And she looked the most Indian out of all of
Yeah,
them.
she's
The hell
infamous
they
for
talking
being,
about?
yeah, they're using her as a freedman example. And
Yeah.
she's, of course, creamy, high yellow
Yeah.
looking. But go cook
No,
on it,
she's
sister.
a little
You've seen her, Sister Bethy. You've seen her.
Who?
You see, go
Merlin
say it again,
Van.
Sharice.
Marilyn Van. I think she has another part of her last name, but that's all I could see. That's all they had right there that I could see. I think the other
They're
part was a little
using
cut
her as
off.
the face of the Cherokee freed men and women.
You talking
Hmm.
about that black? Yes, I did see her, the black lady.
Yeah, so they had her up there. But what I found the most interesting is how each representatives of the civilized tribes interpreted that 1866 treaty. And there
Yeah.
were so many differences like and disagreements because you have some like for example, like even how they look, y'all, down to the representation. So we have the person from the Cherokees, his name was Chuck.
Okay.
Chuck, okay, that's my damn cousin name. But
Recent
oh,
people.
and he, to me, white, the person, all of them white. They had a ginger as well, representing the
Well,
Choctaws.
you
This
saw
was
what they
insane.
what they did. That the hijack was the taking
It
up
was, it's
the race.
real.
They
If y'all
made
look
the
at it,
they
like
made
really,
the
like
word.
yeah, no, I got you, Sister Betty, because like this. And it was so like the only to me out of all five of those tribes, because I think the main thing was blood quantum and this thing about having blood and being blood related and all of these things. And the Cherokee Nation is the only nation that wanted to honor and respect the treaty. The other ones, no, not so much. And
Well,
I
hold,
think
hold on,
what
hold on, hold on. We have to look at this two ways. See, some would think that by them being lifted up, and the Cherokee is being considered as supposed largest of the five civilized tribes, but the
mhm,
acknowledgement of the treaty is co-conspiring. See, we're
yeah.
putting in, I'm not saying you are, I'm saying people are putting a negative spin on the four other tribes as to fight against their versions of the treaty when none of the treaties are authentic. But sis, if you could, that last article I brought you about the future, I want you to know inside that article, they're already arguing of creating a Department of Native American Affairs. But go ahead, keep cooking, Sharice. No,
Mm.
I'm
But
serious. That's in that
I
article.
I
Go ahead,
wanted to
Sister Becky.
yeah, because I want to get into something. I put up a whole hour. I wanted to get back into this Darwinism because I already did
Oh
what happened on
yes.
the plantations, and I already did the formulation of the butt tribe. That was in the
Of
beginning.
the theory of evolution and survival of the fittest.
Well, yeah,
Darwinism.
with this, yeah, the Darwinism. And, I sit back and now this man, I know that he wasn't studying our people. He was doing, that's what people fail to realize. He was studying his own people.
Darwin is a racist.
Yeah, he was, but he was still studying his own people.
But remember what he was basing it on, the Caucasoid skeleton out of the Georgia province in Russia, not Georgia here, ironically, and claiming it was the epitome of the beauty standard because they're claiming it was a female skull. But go ahead, sister, build on it.
But okay, so what I did, I mean, I would turn my nose up about the monkey, the man, and
Mm-hmm.
Willie brought to my attention, like, well, babe, my brother always said that it was an experiment gone bad, and I really believe they were trying to make people, and it was an experiment gone bad. And I finally found that video of this fucking monkey and his feet. I look like it's horrible. It looks like you tell me if you don't think this is an experiment gone bad. Hang on one second. I'm gonna share this. I got to because every time I look at it, it creeps me and it scares me too. It scares me. So watch this. I'm not gonna play it, but fair use. Just watch this. Let me start it back from the beginning. This monkey is getting out the fucking bed. Now just watch it, y'all. But first, just look at his face and his hands and just watch what he does. And his ears look very human. Just watch it. I'd be freaking out if I seen something walk around my fucking house like that. Just watch him.
Mm-mm.
Look at that. That's an experiment gone bad. The fuck?
Ew.
And I'm like, they was doing something.
Comparing us to this.
Look at his
Uh-uh.
hands. And look, you see how he look at his fucking hands and feet. That's a bad experiment. And this thing knows how to to spit out um um gargle with toothpaste and shit. Look at his feet. It scared me, and they like kind of like human. It's just
Mm.
freaking me out, and I'm like, this is some crazy shit.
Oh my goodness.
Just watch it. Fair use. Yeah, you might have to mute your mic. Look at, and then it looked at human for a minute, and I'm like, what the fuck? Look at his hands.
And it's supposed to be a baby monkey?
No,
This a fully
listen,
grown monkey? Or for
man.
whatever?
I looked at it, and I'm looking at the hands. It's a bad experiment. Look at his hands.
Ugh.
The feet,
Ooh,
everything scared me. Yeah. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. What is going on here? Look at the hands. I watched this over and over and over again, and I'm like, oh my God. And look at his ears.
Gertie Girl said it's a howler monkey.
No, that's a experiment
Is that
gone bad.
a
That's an experiment gone bad.
Well, no, she might be accurate in what species of monkey that it is.
right?
But
Oh,
what's interesting to me is that this happens to be an Asian. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen the movie Hangover. There was a very famous scene where they use a monkey in that to steal. And then, of course, the Indiana Jones movie series that showed monkeys being used in the cultures over there that we
God.
consider Middle Eastern. So they're interacting with whether they're their relatives or extensions or they're descendants of them.
I
I don't know. You know, to me, the jury is
just
out.
keep watching this shit, man. I seen this and I said, this is an experiment that has gone bad. And I think these people know about what was going on with trying to make things and shit. And look at the hands. Look at the arms.
They
Those
do look
arms
kind of
look
pink.
they look very familiar to me. There's no way.
Yeah. Mm.
You see how expressive he is, like he's communicating with him?
He is, and they understand him too. Look at his like jaw on the bottom. Like it, I just you can't they can't trick me, man. This is somebody who tried to make a human and it didn't come out right. Look at the damn hands. You don't tell me. Uh-uh.
Now you
I
do
hope you
know
didn't be
there
laughing,
is
Sister Bethany, because I know you dead serious.
now you do know there is the movie and the book, the Island of Dr. Moreau. You familiar with that? Right?
Watch this thing, y'all. I watched this over and over again, and it just kept freaking me out more and more. And I was like, you know what? This government got a lot that they hold a cup of abomination. They tried to make something. Don't nothing fucking come out looking like that. Now look how it's eat. Look at it. It looks like a human. Look at the jaw on the bottom of the chin. That done swole up and shit. Where he's stuffing all his food and then he's getting up again on another day. Man, this shit
And
is
I ain't never seen
crazy.
a monkey eat. Monkeys eat with folks that good. You could train a monkey to eat
Yes.
with a food that good.
Yeah.
Cause he eating that. He eating that shit like he know what to do.
Oh God. I when I seen this, it just like freaked me out. And it's not, it's like it's not funny because I could see, you could literally see what they're doing when you stare at that thing, what they're doing
He look
in
about 100 years
labs,
old.
experiment. That's a fucking experiment. And I think these people know.
Oh yeah.
That's why they're close to him. And it, the hands and the feet, when you stare at that and look, it just freaks me out because it
Injecting
shows me
blood into them,
what their fuck they're doing.
But
doing some Henrietta Lacks type stuff.
each one of us has had an experience. It's not to dismiss, to mock, or to degrade. But getting in a rainstorm and going in an elevator, you know where I'm going with this, going in an elevator and smelling wet dog. We've all experienced that. So again, on a biological level, there is hair and there is fur. And only the American has hair, even after racial miscegenation, doctoring, fornicating, race mixing, whatever you want to call it. The hair still comes out. But why do we spend time beating back the nap, Charisse? I'm talking again about the mental condition aspect of it. No disrespect to my queens, but I can still smell sometimes that bacon grease and the The nap in the kitchen, pun intended. The back of the neck is referred to the kitchen, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
And in the
yeah,
kitchen, you're making a permanent attempt. Now, why isn't a perm permanent? Because you got to
mm,
keep coming back, what, 4 or 6 weeks to
yeah.
Yep.
keep
Thanks.
beating back the nap?
Clean the kitchen because they hate themselves.
That shit is creamy crack. That's what I refer to it as.
I can't put that in my hair. The last
Yeah.
time I tried doing that, I was 16 years old. Can't do
Mm.
it.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
Did you all watch Good Hair by Chris Rock, where he got excoriated by a so-called black
Yeah.
woman, flag on
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
play, for showing that one scene that was indelibly etched in my mind was that Coke can that was dissolved in less than 60 seconds. And then they jumped to a 2 or 3-year-old having that put on that forming skull still. What do you, sister? And again, I don't want to
That
sound
shit.
like I'm casting aspersions, but Joyanne Reed, I know y'all seen her recently. What the hell could she be seeing in the mirror?
Who is Joanne Reed?
MSNBC. And by the way, she I think Ghanaian or Guinea, Queen
Okay.
Mother, maybe part Jamaican, but Ghanaian or Guinea.
Mm. What she
But
do?
you've seen, I know she's laughing because she ain't saying nothing, but she's seen her blonde, her and Mary J. Blige.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
this came after Beyonce was given a 10-year contract with L'Oreal. Were you familiar with that, Cherise?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what did that do to you and your sisters over that
You know
decade?
what?
And
When
her
I was
now
eight
still
years
being
old, I got
blonde.
my first
And I'm
one.
talking about Mary J. Blige. Mary J. Blige has been blonde for what? Was it 20 years, maybe?
Yeah, my whole life. I ain't never seen her another color that I can remember. And she might have been like a brown tone at one point, I think. But I think she's been blonde for like a while. Probably, oh yeah, at least 20 years.
What does that do to the psyche of you women?
Mm. It's the mm,
Lauren Hill said it best.
yeah. It does a lot because when that type of beauty is being put in your face for so long, you automatically want to assimilate to that. And I think that's part of the reason why Madam C.J. Walker created the perm, so they can assimilate in the white culture and hair look like that. And when none of that stuff was really meant for our hair. And it's interesting too because I was just talking to someone about how when I even did blonde hair, that it took all of my hair out in the front. I had to literally grow my hair back because of how bad that blonde ate my hair up. And I think like they have money. So, and I know that's the only way that they're able to keep that blonde hair, like really, really good, especially when they have it really, really light, because all of those chemicals are so strong that they take out a lot of our natural, what's the word? Like it just strips our natural hair away, in my opinion. So, I mean, I just think it's all about how you take care of, color and things like that, obviously. But overall, I think it has done a number on us when we're trying to, look appealing and being so vain about a lot of stuff too. And just like it's about assimilation and trying to be this image or this version of yourself that people sexualize and fantasize and all of those things. So I mean, think like Marilyn Monroe and how many women emulate her. Black women too emulate this woman and want to look like her and dress like her on Halloween and all of these things. The light blonde hair, the mold on the face, the red lipstick, all of these things. So because I love me some good red lipstick, but that's neither here nor there. But I know that it's done a number on us trying to keep up. When we look at society today, everybody wants boobs, everybody wants butt, everybody wants thicker
Oh
hair.
my goodness, that's a mess.
You know,
I never dyed my hair before. Never.
yeah,
I
it's no
never
joke.
dyed my hair.
If you can't
Never
take
dyed
care
it.
of it, look at Lil Wayne. I know you see him with that blonde hair and them two dreads he walking around with.
Well, look
Oh,
at
come on now. Wait a minute now.
Chris
Cisco.
Brown.
No, no,
Chris
no, no, no,
Brown and
no, no.
Cisco.
Cisco. The thing. Yeah, that platinum crap.
Yep.
Yeah, he
And Chris
started that
Brown
way.
too. Chris
Yeah.
Brown. That nigga trying to look like Little Richie, Little Rich. Remember the cartoon character, Little Richie Rich?
So if this is the example for the female, the beauty mystique, let's say, and the pre-K to prison pipeline is for the male, what I'm still staying with, is it a mental? Because I get pushed back constantly on when I'm saying identity crisis is a thing. And as long as identity crisis goes on, identity theft is ongoing. That's the fraud. So
Yeah.
whether it's these, they clone Tyrone, white niggas with afros, or
Yeah.
these supposed genetic mistakes, mutants from the Doctor of the island of Dr. Moreau
Mm.
that's gone wrong, I don't know, don't care. I am saying we are the only people with hair that spirals up to the atmosphere. That is antenna. We're
Mm-hmm.
trying to make it lay down like fur. Do you know that it's preventing levels of consciousness? You know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I look at my
your
hair, it's not
hair is
crying.
not breathing. Fur gets those lice and parasites and other things because, first of all, it is just like all the other animal kingdom. And when you see the island of Dr. Moreau, you'll see he made these experiments gone wrong, as Sister said, of all types of beasts of the field. That's supposedly science fiction. But whether you agree with it or not, I think, Mother, you came up with the ancient map. You might want to find this other ancient map where it showed all the monsters, the things that we see, like centaurs, minotaurs, uh, those supposed mythological monsters in Greek mythology and ancient Roman mythology.
Hmm.
They showed on a map where they were created in possibly the caves and caverns of what we call the African continent. I don't know, don't care. It's not from here. And everything we see not from here is an aberration. Now, that's just my opinion. I could be in error. Just an observation.
Mm.
Oh, I just wanted to be clear to y'all, like to all my girls who do wear blonde hair. I don't have a problem. I love it. I just wanted to be clear, like, about the way I see it, like now that I'm older and have dyed my hair and, done all of those things and remember that imagery in my, growing up. I just know that it does something to you because even when I was 6 or 7 years old, because I'm a twin. So me and my sister saw Murray, Kate, and Ashley for the first time. And we went and asked our mom to cut our hair in a bang.
Are you
I'm not
identical or
lying.
are you identical or fraternal
We're
twins?
identical twins. Yes.
Hmm. So
So
let
yeah.
me make sure that the people aren't I'm not construing
um,
or banging on the women's making their personal choices. I'm
Yeah.
saying
I
when
just
you
want to be
make
clear.
a choice, understand what depigmentation is because there is a bleaching process to blonde something. That's also in cooking. Do you know what blanching is? Blanching.
Hmm.
yep.
So then what is bleaching in general?
Whiting out, whitewashing. Hey, Alabama, the movie the Island of Dr. Moreau. What year? Because they got a couple of
They
which
do, but you got to pull up
they
that
got a couple
Marlon
of
Brando when he became a blob. You saw how humongously fat. There's the one I forget.
yeah,
It was either late '70s somewhere in there
yeah. I
with
remember that the Blob.
Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando played him in that one. You could look
So
at it. The new version is too.
which one? No, which is the better one? The first one, right?
Probably because it set the stage based on the book.
I mean,
But you know how things are when they're based on a book or a novel. It
they got
doesn't
one in
really give you the whole.
1996, 77. I don't know
Probably the
which.
one in '77 is with Brando,
Okay,
is Marlon
Marlon
Brando.
Brando.
Oh, rest in peace to Marlon Brando.
But remember the controversy around him with what's her name, Shasheen Littlefeather, that
Hmm.
refused his Oscar. That was the elevating
Going
of
up there
these.
dressed like that.
That's elevating the Siberian Husky. See, now this is about the same time as Russell Means and the American Indian movement that we all of a sudden got these pictorial representation of what a Native American is. You hip to Buffy St. Clair. out of Canada who's been doing this fraud for 6 decades.
Mm.
So when I sent you that article about the future of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, run by another imposter from New Mexico, Deb Hoagland, they are now creating a department of Native American affairs. And do you know what she claimed when she went into that position as the Secretary of the Department of Interior? Do you know what she claimed? To be a 35th generation Native American. Now,
35.
what's the difference in
That's what
her
they
and
do
the,
because they had to
That's a
make that
stretch.
agency. They had to make that agency because they're not the aboriginals to this land.
Yep.
Native American and Aboriginal are two separate. One's from the
so
soil,
when you
one's
see that
not.
article, that's the reason I sent you that article, my sister, so that because I know you're steeped in the governmental affairs. That in that article and that particular reporting entity is called ICT. But there's some very intriguing articles that you may want to research. But specifically this one, because she's from New Mexico, claiming to be 35th generation from Pueblo background, and was elevated in this by Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
He gonna
And
get
they are
his if he's
now
still
going to
alive.
set up, well, if they set up the Department of Native American Affairs, you see what I'm saying? This is going along with those lawsuits that I pointed out. This
Well,
is in
maybe
our
when
face,
Trump come
under our
in, he'll
nose.
demolish it.
Okay,
He'll
because
make an executive order and demolish that shit because they're not even supposed to be making no more fucking treaties.
straight up imposters.
But remember, as she said, this Darwinism is them studying them, talking about them. What does that have to do with us?
Nothing. Nothing.
I just think people like the theory of evolution and coming from a primate thing and all that nonsense. And then I
Yeah.
guess trying to compare uh, human like attributes, to those things. And
I'm starting to
yeah.
really, when the more I look at people and these damn AI robots, I'm starting to think that we're living amongst them motherfuckers, and we have been for a lot of years.
And
And
forgive
and
me,
we just
Jaguar.
don't know it. You could be working with them and they're not real.
Mhm.
There's something about them that looks really
Reptilians.
weird. It looks really
N-
weird.
Now, are you talking about actual beings, or are you talking about android robots?
I'm talking about we could have been working amongst these android robots and just didn't know that
Or
that's what they
aliens.
were. And that's why they're getting so much protection because they're not fucking humans. They're robots. We just think that they're human, but they're not.
Remember what they cloned Tyrone is put out in the imagery. But Golden Jaguar is correcting me in the chat that he did the new one, not, and he's probably right because he looks like he is the Blob. So he was obviously late in his career when he had blown up like a balloon. So Golden Jaguar saying it's probably the newer one, not the 1977 one. But I like watching the older films because
I do
they're
too.
not necessarily that they're more truthful, but they're truer to the original narrative,
Mm-hmm.
Correct. There you
especially when they
go.
get transferred from the book to the
Hmm.
screenplay, you
Yep.
know. But the thing of it is this, regardless of whether it's a fact or not, because it's still the theory of evolution, we can't evolve. We are the original.
Right.
Are you going to
Yeah.
evolve to the original state of existence? Or are we
Right.
devolving and now need to get re evolved to what we always were?
Yeah.
It's so true.
Pretty much. But nope.
So,
I'm not. I'm
congratulations
not
again
letting
to
that.
you, sister. I was just
Oh,
congratulating her again on your upcoming graduation. You are
Thank
going to pursue
you.
your doctoral.
I'm going to pursue my master's next. So
you might as
yes,
well.
yes, I
You might
am.
as well.
No more time to waste.
You might as well go for the gusto. Cause I did.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you know what? Why not? Do it. And don't let nobody stop you. Don't.
But
Nope.
one final log for the fire, both of you may be aware of this. The National Association of Black Social Workers and Psychiatrists and Sociologists, I
Mm.
believe, I don't know the exact
Hmm.
name of the
No, that's
organization.
correct. The
National
For
National
de-
Association of
Association of
Social
Black
Workers.
Social Workers. That's correct.
Yep. And they
they,
have the other one too.
for decades, supposedly with the support of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, which is different and separate from the NAACP, that flag on the play, black parents are being prevented from adopting, flag on the play, black children because of the systemic manner of them distorting us and allowing these foreigners, these United States citizens, these absquatulating crackers, to kidnap our children legally. Could you
Hmm.
elaborate on that, Charisse?
They,
Most
oh,
definitely can, because I'm glad that you brought that up, because I actually work in adoption and kinship, so that is where I am. So I see. Listen to me. Your and I need to be careful. Your
right.
sentiment is correct, and I'm just going to keep it sweet. I had a case. Um, it was two black children. Their mother had a slight, not a slight, she had a severe cognitive delay, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't tell them whether or not she wanted her children. She didn't abuse them. She didn't do, nothing like that. It was more so the cognitive issues.
Hmm.
And when they put these children up for adoption, when they decided that they were going to do this, I think this is like 18 months of working with the mother. And to me, they could have worked with her longer and made sure that she got the things that she needed. But these are the types of things that happen, and how they could slither their way on in there and get what they want and get their way. So long story short, these two babies, one was adopted by a white Jewish family. The other baby was adopted by a black gay couple. And it would, it was so, it was just sad to me. I was so overwhelmed
Hmm.
because I said, wow, like they really, she's expressed that she didn't want this to happen. I had to express it to my professors too, because that's how bad it was messing with me. And I'm like, this is the type of stuff that they do to our people. Like, seriously. And it's really, 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 really sad to me. And I see it all the time. So your sentiment is correct. It's how they slither in there and do what they do. And that's how it be. And we be in positions where they'll make these cases that, oh, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. Now, if it's supposed to be about the whole family, it should be about the whole family. Yes, it's about the best interest of the child, always. But it should be about their families too. Because without mommy, if mommy's not well, the kids aren't well. And that's how it is. And I think that they don't understand family. That doesn't matter. And it's sad because it's breaking up a lot of it's taking a lot of our black babies away from their moms and their families and things, and it's just heartbreaking. So yeah, and that's the backdoor way of doing it.
Well, up here in the north, I don't know where are you in the north. You're in DC, so
Yep.
that's
So
one.
in
But
between.
down here, um, it's it's really bad and it's sad. There's a lot. Hey, Catawba Camp, it's a lot of um young girls, and I see this in our community. They don't want these babies. They don't,
Oh
and
yeah.
they we can't blame it on white people wanting to adopt them. Um, a lot of young girls,
There's some cases
I
like that.
see
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
They like, I can't do it. I don't want to. They try, but they're so young. They're 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and they just don't want to do it. They can't handle it. I've seen that. And Here we tell them, look, you know, don't do nothing to the kid. Bring the kid to the hospital and drop them off. Here, um, there's a lot of women that are on drugs so bad,
Yes.
and they have to take these kids away because these kids are not eating. They're being left in the house. Now, when we was little in the 70s, my mom did leave us in the house at 7 years old, but we knew we were smart kids. We knew not to open that door for nobody while
Mm-hmm.
mom went out.
Sound like my mother.
It was much more disciplinary. They could leave us. They don't open this door for nobody. And don't even answer the damn phone. And but today it's different. It's so different. There's a lot of white people here that adopt kids, little black kids, because they want the money and because the state will put them in the house and they end up owning the house.
Absolutely.
So that's a lot of
And
what's
they
going
are
on.
going to fund it. But see
And the
what
kids,
happens.
yeah, but them little
I'm
kids is
sorry.
growing up. Them little kids is growing up, and I'm seeing this shit in the fucking news. These little kids is growing up and going back beating the shit out of their foster parent for raising them the way they did. And that's crazy.
Yeah.
They're going up. These little kids are growing up and remembering this shit. And by the time they're 18, they're going to that foster parent's house and beat the living shit out of them.
And what I'll say to that too is just we have to also take into consideration, people. Everything is situational. So there's it's different situations. Everything different strokes of different folks, whatever. But what I like. I mean, I can only speak from what I see because once the case gets to where I am, then the decision is made pretty much. So it's like when I know people make mistakes, right? And we all do. None of us are perfect. I think that it should be about trying to what it should be about is them trying to make sure that everyone's well-being is being considered. Now, if there's a mother that's on drugs, then we should get her a program. We should go in, whatever we can do to remedy that situation the best way
Hmm.
that we can, not just ignore it and put it off and act like there's not an issue over here as well. And this is how our families are not being built back up. We don't have enough social workers as well. We don't
Yeah,
have enough
social
people to
work,
carry these cases.
worker burnout, and
Yes.
that's New York is a prime example of that. They are so work. They suffer so much burnout, but we have a lot of those programs here where the child is put in a safe place until they can work with mom to get her back. First get her off
Hmm.
drugs, get her detoxed, and she has to do certain things to get her kids back. She has to go to different programs and you know
Yeah.
and get a place, and they work with them
Yeah, they will.
until
They
they can get
will.
kids back.
They
Um,
will. They will. And
yeah,
Adrena is right. They do work with the parents as well. And like I said, everything is a case by case basis for sure.
correct.
When it comes to like these types of situations, it depends on the severity
Of
of
the
it all
case.
too. Because I know a
Yes.
lot of times I'll see things where it doesn't even enter into the situation. Like they'll just close it up or whatever because so much has occurred with kids being in care for too long, all of this stuff that now they seem more scared to bring children into care, because they know, that you could depending on what it is, and if it's not that serious, they can get a lot of backlash. And
Yeah.
and then also too, when you think about it that way, I always wondered like, so you have to have real discernment to know when it's a real emergency and when it's not.
Right.
And these are the things that I'm learning about. I'm growing to understand. I'm still trying to understand it. A lot of stuff I don't agree with, but at the same time it's like, what can I mean, I'm not going to say what can you do, because a social worker never does nothing. There's always something that we can do. I do wish there was more people, black people, that were foster parents. I wish we had a lot more of that. that can come in and adopt some of our babies and be that village that we need, and that could be one of the components that, continue to bring us together, our babies that's, abandoned or whatever's going on. I just think that it's just, it's a system, and and
It
if the other
is.
systems aren't working, cohesively together, then it's going to fail everyone and everything within it.
Yeah. They
And
here a lot of the churches um push for their congregation moms and dads to become foster parents. They even have programs in their church for them to go to where state department of children and families come out to churches and give the different courses to members. But you know, the churches today is filled with people our parents' age who just don't have the strength no more because
no,
they've been taking care of kids all their lives, and they're in their 60s and they can't do it because of the child is a puzzle that's not been put together, and they don't have the strength that they had when they was in their like 20s and 30s, you know
true.
and they can't handle these kids because these kids have so many problems that
Mm-hmm.
the older people can't handle them and take care of them. It's too much for them.
Mm-mm.
I
And
mean,
you know what?
you don't know what kind of child you getting when they
Nope.
call you up at 3 in the morning and the police have an emergency, and they call you as a foster parent. They do that
Yes.
and say we got to bring someone to you, and this kid could be anywhere between newborn and 12 years old. You don't know what you're getting.
You don't.
It's tough. It's hard. And
Yeah.
being a foster parent is not an easy job
Not at all.
because
Not at
these
all.
kids, it's not easy at all.
Yeah, it's
Me,
probably.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I know how I am. I
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand to see a child suffer, and
Yeah, and it's so
I
many.
really, I literally would be in jail. I would. So I mean, I got my MSW not to take care of that population. I got it for because I like to work with the elderly. I,
Mm-hmm.
I you could pick the
Yes.
population you want to work with and serve.
Yeah,
And
gerontology. Yeah. I hear
my
that's a nice field. People really do like it over there.
right, I do that. I'm on call for that 24 hours for elderly. So
Yeah.
um I'm on call
Mm-hmm.
for that. But I cannot do the child population. I can't do it because you don't know. I mean, when you know when you walk in that residence to take the child from their family, and the conditions that you're not prepared for. You walk in there and it's just,
Mm-hmm.
and I be in jail because I'll flip. I know it. I won't hold
Yeah.
my composure. I'm like, this is your baby. What? What you what? I be in jail. So the population I chose was the
No, I get
elderly,
it.
elderly abuse.
But they told me though, they said, man, if you can make it through this placement, you can make it anywhere. And that's what they told me. So I just been staying strong. It's definitely been hard because it's been, really have to leave it there, because otherwise, I'd be a mess.
Right,
I'd be a mess
right.
just crying off of the things that I have to
Couldn't do
read
it.
and process and understand that, oh wow, this is serious. This really happened. Like, you know, I'm talking about, you deal with fatalities, all kinds of things, infant fatalities. It's awful. And it's like what I take from all of that is that I just see how much our people are suffering, and then like
Mhm,
their actions behind that suffering. It
mhm,
shows itself in awful ways, and it's unfortunate. And this is like one of the things I like to connect it back to mental health. The same thing, just living in the disparities, seeing the resources and the lack thereof, And even in DC, them cutting food stamps, taking people's coins, like this stuff is going on all the freaking time. And some people are not managing well emotionally and
They're
mentally.
not right.
And that's the thing, and I want people to, like, I'm not making an excuse for nobody and nothing that they do ever in life. We make our decisions. You make your bed, you lay in it. But I understand that there is a mental component, like, that we keep
Yeah,
connecting back to all of our generations of trauma and pain, and it's just showing itself in a different way each time we see it.
yeah.
So, then
Mhm.
if we keep up what we doing, the next generation gonna be doing it, and then the generation after that, and it's never gonna stop.
The
It's
yoke.
never
Nobody's
gonna
breaking
stop.
the yoke. It's a
Yeah.
cycle.
Yep. Continuous. Because I feel like
Continuous
they're more
cycle.
disrespectful on another level than I've
Yes.
ever seen it in my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
That even me being born in 1990 could still get smacked in my face for
Hmm.
playing with my folks on that kind of level where I thought I could open my mouth and say anything. No. Like, I had some people who like, my father and them, they really come from a real old school type of family. Like, they did not play them games.
Nope.
And you
Not at
and you
all.
respected your family, and you honored yourself, and
But
you respected
even
yourself.
our hoods are different compared to when we were younger.
Yes.
You know,
There was a
I'm a kid.
code.
Yeah, I'm a kid of the '70s, and those damn Southern morals kicked in. Believe me,
Yeah.
and we got our ass whooped. Today,
Yes.
these kids don't get that because they're allowed to do things that
Because
we
if you hit
couldn't
them, it's
do.
child abuse.
We couldn't sit at the table with my grandmother and mother talking to grown-ups.
Nope.
We got fucked up. I know I get popped upside our heads. We could not sit in the kitchen with the grown folks talking. Because the first thing all my grandmother had to do was look at us. And we knew
Yep.
where to go. She didn't even have to say get out the kitchen. She just looked.
I
Same
know
thing
about that.
with our behaviors. Like if we're in the doctor's office, my mother didn't play that shit. My mother was the devil. And we would start laughing, waiting in the doctor's office to get our exams. And my mother would just turn around and look. And we sat down all at the same time.
Okay.
And white people would be in there and they'd be like, damn, she's a
Okay.
drill sergeant.
Got them in
Because my
check.
mother didn't play that.
Okay.
You had to behave yourself in public. Today, these kids, they sit at the table with their mothers. They know the gossip of the next door neighbor. They tell their mother the gossip. I saw such and such go in such and such house. Like if it say like it was your man and he was going in somebody's house next door. Mr. Such and such over Mr. Such a house again, mom.
Mm.
They're right there in the conversation with mine. It's like there's no line draw. Where do you draw the line? It's like it's crazy.
And then they get mad if you do say, because I don't play with them. Like, curse in front of me and watch what I say to you. I'll tell you to watch your mouth so fast, because they be cursing at a young age. I'm talking about 12, 11. This is my daughter elementary school.
Yes.
My daughter 8,
Yep. They
and they
cuss
be
at
they
that
be
age.
wilding. And I'm like, y'all don't see all these parents and adults out here don't care
They don't.
at that age, and that's scary.
I seen two little kids outside, one little black kid, one little white kid out here, and the mouth, the shit that came out their mouth. Look, get your ass over here, nigga. You crazy? I'm like, what are you so little? Call somebody a nigga for? You heard your mama and daddy say that. You had to, and it's like, wow, it's terrible, terrible.
Yeah. And you
It's
have to worry
bad.
about your life, because they got weapons on them now. They doing all kinds of things.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what DCF commissioners do, but their policies are fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Their policies are not, to me, their policies are not designed to save the kid.
No.
It's not. Their
They just
policies,
want to take them and own them.
I mean, and this, I just, I think the best thing, in our state, I think there was only one governor that came, maybe two. One governor that came, I'm not even gonna say his name, and
Mm-hmm.
clean house. This motherfucker came in office and reappointed every fucking position that was in there. And I think he based it on his childhood. Every commissioner, nobody stayed. He told all of them to hand in their fucking resignation notices. Cause
Mm.
basically he was like, I'm not working with none of y'all bitches.
No, I don't blame him.
Those are the kind of governors we need. Really. In every state. I'm not just gonna say
Yes.
this state. If you're coming to fix shit, you got to get rid of the shit that's been keeping it fucked up. When you're a new governor, you got to come in and clean house, period. Everybody. Get rid of everybody and start from scratch with your own administration. The in all these states, they got a clean house.
I've been saying that. I'm like a lot. I don't mean no harm. A lot of them too old. Like a lot of them is not even indigenous to the land. Shouldn't be sitting there in the first place.
Well, you also got to remember we're within the 50 states and it's a nation of foreigners. It's a nation of immigrants. So that's what's going to work in the states. It's a nation. United States is a nation of immigrants. It's a foreign nation.
Hmm.
So you're going to have foreign politicians. You're going to have it. It's not an indigenous nation. That's why they don't give a fuck about indigenous people or aboriginal people because we're aboriginals, they're foreigners.
Hmm.
And in their eyes, they still feel that we should not be a part. That's why we get treated the way we do in their system because we're aboriginals and they never wanted us to be a part of their 50 states. Never.
Yeah,
That's the problem right there. They know who we are. I mean, we're the only ones that they treat bad if you really look at it.
I
They
agree.
never wanted to deal with the original people of the land. That's why they make discrimination laws, but them bitches don't work unless you fight it at federal level and have the right shit that you're supposed to fight. But
If anything, they'll make it live. They make it okay for an immigrant to kill you. They'll make that okay.
it's a nation of immigrants. That's what the
Yeah,
United States is, and people can't understand that.
yeah,
It's not, it was never designed for the Aboriginal people of the American soil.
yep. That's
It
why we
was
was renting.
designed to help foreigners. That's
Yep.
why they don't have a problem with the borders being open because it's a foreign nation
Hmm.
to help foreigners
Help
that want to
them.
get away from their countries.
Yep. Let them seek asylum and oh God, it's
Right. That's it's
awful.
always been about. So, but what makes me laugh is when they complain and said, you got too many fucking people coming over here. They forget that they're foreigners. They forget that they're foreigners to this land. You're a foreigner too.
They really do forget because they've been told to believe that this is their home.
Because
This is
Haitians are
their
aboriginals to
America.
South America.
Hmm.
They're
My
aboriginals.
own,
That's
my
why they're
only
stopping them. They don't want to
argument
help
about
the
that.
aboriginals.
Hello, because I
You
believe I'm
got it.
still in the hockey hole. Can you hear me?
Yep, we
My
can
Oh,
hear
he
only
was
you.
out.
argument
Okay, we
about
hear
that is
you.
that
I real.
I hear him too. You got
my
it,
only
Babu.
argument to that is that people are aboriginal to where they are from. Period. Now they would have to take that up with their own story, which is why we need to keep focusing on our story. But the only American to the 48 contiguous states, I'm being exacting in my language, not to dismiss Mexico and Canada, but the issue of the crime scene is the 48 states with Alaska and Hawaii that is argued to be organized into the United States. Now, all others in Central and South America, when this issue of colorism, back to the Darwin, theory of evolution, Darwinism, white supremacy, colorism is foundational to this identity crisis for other, I'm using air quotes here, non-white people. For example, why Hispanic by default must obviously be white because you have to identify non-white Hispanics. When we're dealing with in the when you do get a chance to read a couple of those articles that I sent you, it says specifically that tribal nations are not racial classifications, Queen Mother. I found that a very startling sentence, though an actual declaration of fact. Tribal nations are not racial classifications. Could you elaborate in your studies going forward how that is the foundational building block of identity crisis, Sharice?
Yeah,
Well, they're not. Oh, go ahead. You got it.
yeah. I mean, when we look at, okay, so I understand that completely what you're saying because, like Sister Bethy was saying before, that it was only black and white people here. That's it.
If we're using modern day language, of course.
Yes. So who were these other people? And I feel like when you're on a landmass as the original people, I feel like other ethnicities can exist within that same realm with other colors like white people. And that's just how I see it. I just believe it was only black people here and white people here in the beginning. It was mainly majority black people. And then black people started mating with white people. And that's where we get this admixture stuff from, and these quadroons and octoroons and all of those things. So when we speak about different
But
ethnicities on
hold
a
on. When you say
landmass,
that, Sharice, you've got to elaborate on those are thought
so
to
the
be slave
116th, the
breeding.
1/8,
They're they're thought to be
blood
slave
quantum.
breeding terms. You have to
Yeah, I
elaborate
get that.
how this is diabolical.
Yeah, it
But
is.
just the usage of those terms is in the connotation of slave breeding and chattel slavery. Do you understand what chattel slavery is defined as? Being born a slave out of your womb. The Aboriginal woman that's been convinced she is an African is giving birth to slaves from cradle to the grave. And every person born a
Mhm.
slave gives birth to slaves. And all that falls under the doctrine of discovery and perpetual servitude. We
Yes.
you, we just got to stop getting this twisted. You
But
feel what I'm saying?
I feel like that, yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of that is false, and that's why I said what I said about people existing together on this landmass. And I believe that that could be very true. Just based off of my family line and lineage and seeing some surprising things, especially like with Europeans. So, or whatever, because they were from New Jersey. So that's what I mean. I feel like us as brown people, we don't look one way. We have all kinds of looks and all kinds of features, and it's only one race, and that's the human race. And this is why I'm saying this, because I mean, I just think that the hate and the divisiveness and all of those things combined has got us, like you said, colorism, all of those things got us to this point, and why we think the way that we do about race. We think that that's only looking at your features and determining who you are based off of that, when that's not an accurate way of determining someone's background, not just by looking at them alone. So I just think we have a lot to clean up.
Well, that's the case with us.
Yeah.
They feel that because Africans have our features, some of them look like us, they do, that we are them. And that's not the case. But what they fail to realize is we're the ones that was fucking here
That
when
was
they
here.
got here.
That's
And
the hit.
that has been the problem from that point on. And
Hmm.
they made the assumption, along with the help of our Boule people. Oh, you guys came from Africa. Excuse me. I was here when you got here and helped your funky ass.
They
You
were.
don't, you know, and it's like, okay, this you take the same thing with Asians. They
Mm-hmm.
get furious when you mistake them. Not
Yep.
because everybody looks at Asians and say, "Oh, they're Chinese," and they're all not Chinese. And
That's
they
right,
tell you
Sister
that
Bessie.
I'm not Chinese. I'm Laotian. I'm
Mm-hmm.
Japanese. You know, there's
Right.
many different types of Asian people,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't like to be classified all as Chinese. When you first look at somebody that has Asian features, you say they're Chinese, and a lot of people do that when they see um people from what it was is it Philippines. They tell
Yes.
you we're not Chinese. I'm Philippine.
And they have a
So
way darker tint, Filipinos. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and so I feel the same way because I think
Mm-hmm.
it's an ignorant thought. I think it's very ignorant.
Yeah.
And when, white people at my place look at me, and I get furious. I'm like, don't you fucking call me no African American. That's ignorant.
Yep.
Just because I look or appear to look like that, that's not who I am.
All they looking at, Sister Bethy, is our color. They not
That's
looking
it.
at our actual facial features or none of that stuff. And I have literature
Right.
that says it was free black people in America before the 20 and odd Africans. So what does that say?
Yes, exactly. And
What does that say? Come on now,
right.
we've
And
been on
and
this sucker.
white people get
And they
mad
was here
too.
too.
Right. White people get mad too. They get fucking furious. Italians get pissed when you mistake them to being Irish.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you, I'm not Irish, I'm Italian. They get
Mm-hmm.
very furious. Same thing with um French people or
Mm-hmm.
people from Spain. They get furious when you think that they're Puerto Rican. And they like, no, I'm from the country Spain, not
Right. It's a
the people,
difference.
not, and they boldly come out and tell you, not the people that my ancestors enslaved. They are very clear with that. Don't mistake me.
Absolutely.
I'm not Puerto Rican. No, I'm not Spaniard like the Spaniards you think. I'm
Mm-hmm.
from Spain. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel the same way that you do. Don't assume that I'm African American. I know you heard stories about white people coming over here and then end up being Indians, and you know that I am the Aboriginal that was here when they got here. So
Mm-hmm.
let's you know let's get it right. If you don't want me mistaking your identity based on how the fuck you look, then don't do it to me. Don't.
Both of you are correct. The caveat statement is except the nigga. I don't care what it is you're talking about. If you want to, you get offended by that N word, then say except the Negro. Liberty and justice for all, except the Negro. We the people, except the Negro. And before I forget, the butt tribe thumbnail that you did from the
Oh.
weigh-ins, that was from the In Living Color skit, I'm sure. That's what you drew it from. But that is also a variation on the mythology of Dr. Yakub, the big head scientist. So circling back
Yeah.
to Darwinism and the island of Dr. Moreau, where they cooked up in
Before
the
you
lab, or
go,
they have cloned Tyrone. I'm just kind of stitching all three of them together with your thumbnail of the booty on your head.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
So much of these people are ignorant because they actually think through their ass. Did y'all cook on
Facts.
that, sisters?
Yeah, that's why I put it up. But there's a whole lot more to it. This is has like nothing to do with that. It's just that that was the first part of my segment, and it had nothing to do with the
And you do
scientists. But I
remember
I
that
do
Saturday
know
Night
where it
Live
come
did the
from.
Coneheads. You remember that
Right, right,
skit,
Mm-hmm.
the Coneheads and stuff?
right.
But these extraterrestrial origins, that goes side by side with Darwinism.
Hmm.
Um, who
They have
I
a
know.
question for you in the audience, Ali Bamu. The brother has a question. He says, "Are white people aboriginal to the America?" He said, "This is for the guest, whatever her name is. Peace and honor to my great chief." Um,
Now, I sent you a
he want.
thumbnail before about Malcolm's quote out of context. Do you never see a white Aboriginal?
I'm.
You may have that in your archive.
Um, he has that question for Sharice.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Sharice.
I can answer this. I'm not saying that they're aboriginal to the Americas. What I'm saying is that there was black and white people here. Is all I'm saying. I'm just making it clear that different colors can exist on the same landmass, and we don't know how far back that could be. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're aboriginal to America. What I'm saying is based on the records, they were here with black people. That's all I said. Like, I hope that makes sense to you. Like, I'm not trying to give them credit for being aboriginal. No, I'm just acknowledging that they were here too. And that's what it appears when you look at the records.
You
Well,
know what
here's
the
my question
confusion
to
in that?
that. Oh, I I have a
Yeah,
question
maybe
for
you
Go
that.
guys can
ahead.
answer it
Go
better.
ahead, sister.
Well, no, I can't answer it. It's just that I know you said that white people and black people were here, but my problem with that is with the fake story of Plymouth Rock landing and all this other
Hmm.
stuff. Then how come they weren't receptible of people that look like them being here? And they didn't give a description of people that look like them being here. Rather, their description was us. They gave no other description of any other people, is what I'm trying to say.
No,
If
absolutely.
if your answer is right, I'm only going based on their fake story of
Hmm.
Plymouth Rock landing here, and they gave a description of the Indians that were here,
Yeah.
stating that they were copper colored people. That
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. I only based that off
they didn't
of
give a description of people that look like them.
absolutely. Yeah. There definitely was a point where there was a form of an invasion that occurred. I'm not denying anything of the sort. I'm just more so saying, like, just based off the records with my family and just things that I've seen, it seems more evident to say that it's possible that both people could have been here. Like, whether be after, more so after, but just based off the admixture and the intermixing that has occurred through generation to generation to generation to generation, we can say that that like I just only based my opinion on the mixing that occurred, and that's all.
Okay,
Like,
but
no, they no white people were before the black people. They mixed with us. But what I'm saying is, from the time of the census and all of those things occurred, who was on there? Blacks and whites. That's who was on
okay,
there.
so you're only speaking from when the censuses came out.
Yes.
And
Okay,
that's 1790. But
right.
again,
Yes. So that's
from
that's
a
what I say. As far as the
biological
1790.
records
level,
go, as far as the records go, that's what it states. So that's what I
Okay,
meant. I
no,
didn't mean like,
I'm speaking prior to that.
oh yeah, no,
Because there
they
is
they
a time,
interbred with us.
art like the guy, what's his name, the former Isaiah Thomas
Mm,
said, we have a history before 1492 here, and
absolutely.
I'm just going to speak from that history only because they wrote this to be history, that Plymouth Rock land here, and they gave a description of what the people looked like when they got here, and it wasn't a description of people that look like them. So
but the only
to
description
answer
from them,
to answer Will's question, I'm gonna have to say no, that white people are not aboriginal to America, just based on that story and based
Mhm.
on um the definition of American.
well, that's where I was going with their only references was copper colored, period.
Correct.
There's
And I
no,
don't know
they
any
don't say
copper
black,
colored white
they
people.
don't say pale, they don't say
Right.
white, they don't say African. And then ironically, as I keep pointing out in the Constitution, there's only Indian as an identified ethnic population. So, and that's
Correct.
Exactly.
1787. So that's after over 150 years of them
And that's what I
coming,
find
invading our
unique too.
ancestors. I'm sorry.
No, I said that's what I find unique too.
But
And
the monkey wrench is albinism. See, the problem with when we have these discussions based on race, which is toxic and sick, circling back again to this identity crisis issue is a mental health issue. Albinism is an aberration internal to a population. I don't care what that population is. You can find albino animal life, but it is an aberration. It's not the standard. Albinos are coming from the authentic, whatever that group is. In the case of the human, flag on the play for some people, human means monster, depending on how you look at the etymology. But as far as the live persons, my argument is the people with hair, which is the American, and all other beings, if it can be proven, whether it's the theory of Darwinism, I mean, theory of evolution, or whatever, they would have to be coming from the original, aboriginal, authentic people springing from the land of this planet. And that would be us. That's just my opinion. I could be in error, but I think science is already bearing out. And anything of an albino origin is genetically recessive in science, has a
Hmm.
very hard time to recreate, and certainly can't propagate itself if it goes back mixing or once the original population. So this whiteness thing, which we've now come to describe to be white supremacy as a structure, a philosophy, a religion, it has no simple basis in fact in science. But look at how damaging it is and has been. There are people over the planet in other untouched supposed societies that have never come in contact with these pale skins, these Europeans or whoever these colonizers are. Why are they lifting up colorism? For example, in Hindustan, the Dalits, the Dravidians, the untouchables. Why is there a hierarchy of caste based on pale skin? You see what I'm saying? And this is not just coming from the antebellum South or the experience that has evolved here. I would argue it is the major source of it. The apartheid regime got all of its functioning structure from here. The actual Holocaust that they want to say is the worst in human experience, all of the studies of that evil monster, Adolf Hitler, started with Margaret Sanger and started with genetics and the eugenics movement here. So these are just simple facts of history that people ignore. It's not about bashing people. It's not about arguing over race. I'm trying to deal with facts with exact language. And everything that we pull up, it finds that only the American is the origin point of most, if not everything. And
Yeah.
everybody is coming back to our doorstep to hold contempt. And my agenda, as I've said, is get the nigga. But you sisters cook.
Well, and going back to the Constitution of it just mentioning Indian, the only race of people that they actually mentioned, gives me reason, and more reason to believe that when it first started, we were the government. We were the government. Because why would white people putting their Indian out tax? I could see, and then not even mention themselves. They
Yeah.
only put, that's the only race of people they put in there, and I'm having reason to believe that we are the ones who created that fucking constitution, and they were over under us, and they spelled out, all right, we're not taxed, whatever the fuck you do, we're not taxed. And then that was the call for um the um you know push for um colored troops and soldiers that no longer wanted to live under the way that the Indians was running the Constitution. Could we say that?
Well, Queen Mother, again, and stating what is my opinion, but I think I can show, and based on scientists, based on governance, and based on documents. In this specific document, the enumeration clause, which is where that is referenced, is the counting of the people, whole number of free persons, including those bound to terms of service, comma, excluding Indians not taxed, semicolon, three-fifths all other persons. That's the exacting language of the document. And my argument from the negative pronouncement of excluding Indians not taxed and no other ethnic group is referenced, neither African or European, not even native, no color, black or white.
Asian, none of that.
I would argue that those categories of people are all Indians. Whole number of free persons, those bound to terms of service, excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 all other persons, which, by the way, my argument is, sisters, are women and children. But y'all got it.
Dag, it was something that Enoch said that I wanted to respond to. Like, no, I'm not saying that everybody is mixed, but even during my genealogy, I was surprised to see that with my 5 times great grandmother. Her name is Columbia Kemper. She's white. And then 10 years later on the census, she was mulatto. You see what I mean? So it's a lot of it just made me look at it a little bit different, only because of what I seen in my family. Now, she married my 5th great grandfather, Charles Travis Pickett, which they described to be black and Indian. That's how they described him. Obviously a real Indian, but they have black in front of it. That's whatever. So I think that that's why I want to put it out there, and like, because I don't want nobody to think that I'm trying to, fake or, pretend. I want to be real about what I seen in my genealogy and how it caught me off guard, and how many other people probably would end up discovering the same thing somewhere down the line. It maybe not even be a grandma, it could be a cousin or anything. You know what I mean? I don't think that it's I mean, like I said, I was surprised at first. But when we talk about like the census, the enumerators, their job and what that entailed when they went to people's homes and looked at them and gave them a classification. And, it gets complicated. And that's why, I don't want people to, not consider that part of it. That's all. And yes, like, I mean, my whole family, like, obviously I'm brown. Y'all can see my picture up there. Like, it's very far back, but it's there, and it's something that I don't want to deny, and that's why I put it out there. And that's all it is. I'm not trying to tell everybody they mixed. I would never, I mean, yeah, I would never do
Well,
that. But
I don't think that anybody should. I think you should claim everybody on your tree because I do. I have white people on my tree.
yeah,
I do, whether it's by blood or marriage, I do. And I claim all my ancestors, whether they're white or black. It's just that it's just crazy how the white people in my family are nothing like the white people that I deal with on a day to day basis. I think it's different. I think the people that I deal with, they're just fucked up and racist. And that it's just so crazy because it's like we have white people in our family, a lot of us, or many of us, thousands of us, and they don't act shit like the white people that we deal with. Period. Point blank. For real.
yeah.
Oh,
And who
before I
knows though,
forget,
because
the
they could have
one
been
last point
passing or
that I wanted to
anything.
put
Oh, I'm sorry.
for, oh, I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to step on your wisdom. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out the aspect of passing as well, because a lot of us do have ancestors that they might have not have been, categorically white, right? But a lot of them
Hmm.
were passing to be white
Yeah.
and were told to go and do it so they could have a better life.
Right. Correct. Like my
So
aunt
Well,
like,
Viola.
that's power, but
She
that's
she came
responding
out
to
more
power.
white. Yeah.
That's the response
yeah,
to power and
yeah,
oppression.
My
And
aunt
by the way, a
Viola.
lot of those white descendants are being stunned by that revelation. So
yes,
when you do your homework and doing your genealogy, niggas and conkies, crackers, Asians, Orientals, because all these terms were used over the timeline that we have no control over. This is back in the past. They're
Right.
going to pop out of the woodpile. But
Hmm.
I would suggest, because again, some people push back and they're hateful about the Bible, etc., have negative experiences. It's built on the Christianity structure
It
that's built
is.
on Jesus the Christ, that's
That's
built on a
clear.
concept of whiteness
Whoever don't
inside
know
the
that is
Bible.
dumb as hell.
Yeah,
It
well, but
is.
there are almost 2 dozen scriptures that refer to white in one thing only as leprosy. And that term, as a medical term, is still in 2024. And a leprous condition is a disease. It's a disease and it's a dis-ease. Now, the dis-ease amongst us is colorism, blonde bleaching our hair, having the supposed phenotype of, I don't know whether Michael Joseph Jackson had vitiligo or not. I'd argue he didn't. But
Me too.
skin bleaching is the number one product and profit in Hindustan, known as India, in South Africa, throughout the
Yep.
continent. What does this speak to? I'm just wrapping this up again by go and look up yourself. The only reference to whiteness in the Bible is punishment to Moses, Miriam, anywhere you want to research it. But why has it become what it has become in America off the backs of the American? And then they established chattel slavery through your wombs, sisters, that you gave birth to a slave. Something has never been done before or since in the human history of slavery. Please make that make sense for this old nigga.
Go ahead, Sister Betty.
No, I'm not gonna mess with it. But I do know, I do know that this country is based on the Bible because everything in there is happening, and that's the way they move based on the Bible. Everything they said that they were going to do in the Bible, they've done, and they're still doing it. But it also speaks about an end time for them, or is it the end time for them or us? I mean, when you're reading it, I mean, in Revelations, it does says, "I made something, I created you, and I made something to destroy you."
Mm.
Isn't that what he told Satan?
Are we
He
also
told
supposed to
Satan
believe
that
that
I
he was struck?
created you.
Well, remember
Huh?
now, he was supposedly struck, and the serpent was a human like entity, was
Hmm.
forced to crawl on his belly, which we now know to be a snake today. So, how did the serpent interact with Eve?
Isn't the
Sounds a
Iroquois
lot like the
Confederacy the
island of
snake?
Dr. Moreau. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, hold up, because they gave the Iroquois Confederacy the snake name. Let's not forget about Scott Snake.
When we're using that in actuality and in metaphor and analogy, the serpent, the snake, has a forked tongue. It's a cold blooded reptilian amphibian species.
Mm.
And we are listening to people in today's world, in 2024, talk about the reptilian mind. You sisters familiar with that?
The reptilian mind, the snake mind.
Hmm. That's what's running the government structures, the governance. That's what gives us this corporate fraud, the United Snakes of
Of
America.
America.
And everyone else that copies this corporate template, they're registered in Delaware, where Uncle Jim Crow Joe was the longest serving senator of 36 years. He finally fessed up on it and commented on it
The link
recently.
is pinned
It
to the
was a
top.
part It was a part of the State of the Union. And I might add, he admitted and acknowledged the crime scene, sister. Did you realize that? When
Wait a
he
minute. What?
pronounced Uncle Jim Crow Joe, the alleged selected president of the United Snakes of America,
Uh huh.
pronounced in the State of the Union, I don't know who the hell we is, but we all came from, I'm paraphrasing, we all came from somewhere else, but we're all Americans now. Is that not the definition of American in Noah Webster? Now applied to the Europeans
To the descendants of Europeans.
and the Native Americans, which were created in 1850 with the Know Nothing Party. After them
Hmm.
being born here, they became native, correct?
Yes.
And what happened with the Snyder Act in 1924 with Native American citizenship? Now, until then, underscoring your point about there's only white or black in colorism, the free white person was established as citizenship in 1790, then of African nativity and those of African descent in 1870. I'm still waiting for the evidence. You know my points on this, Queen Mother. Still waiting for anyone to show they have good moral character from 1790. Still waiting for anyone to show that they're not an alien enemy to the Americans. And I'm still waiting for where did they file for citizenship in the court system from 1790 to today. And where is the evidence that the American, the Negro, the nigger over here is of African descent? But whatever you search for in your woodpile, if you find that African, does that wipe out all the rest of you, Sharice, and the mental condition that we're suffering as identity crisis? Would you suggest that one nigga in the woodpile wipes out who you are?
Never. And then never. That's the issue, equating blackness to Africanness and using it synonymously and interchangeably. It's it's going too far. It's going too far, and that's my biggest issue with it. Like,
Too far.
And
yeah.
so here's, and I'll give you this other log for the fire. Here's the transporting of the American through citizenship, not the slave ship, into African descent, making them a United States citizen of second class status. You do see all those films from the civil rights movement
You
where the
sure it's not
Negro was
third
Yep.
class,
referred to
sir?
as a second class citizen. Is that not correct?
Yeah, Fannie Lou Hamer was still fighting for that even
So the
later on.
Indian Civil
Yeah.
Rights Act of 1866 and the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, that's the transition of citizenship into substandard second class status, chattel slavery, birth certificates. You feel I'm gonna connect the dots, sister? Cook on that.
I do.
Oh, no, definitely. Because that's how they eradicated us and wiped us out and turned us into a fiction. So, yeah, it's all, gosh, which president was the birth certificates and things under? What year was that?
Who
Uncle
was
Well,
right?
Woodrow
Alexander.
Wilson
Woodrow
instituted
was.
some things, but
Mm-hmm.
remember the vital statistics comes under Walter Ashby Plecker and the
Yes.
Racial Integrity Act of 1924. The vital statistics that he created, as Sister Bethy said, the category was white and colored. And what started in Virginia under his authorization went through all the 50 states as vital statistics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he was outraged because he felt like all the Indians in Virginia were in fact Negroes, and he was trying to change that shit on paper, and he was going through everything he could do to get that stuff pushed through and passed. But it was a lot of cases where people were fighting against that. It was an awful act that they put in place, because then it leaves us even in more limbo, and more of the identity confusion just comes into play even more with that, especially with me, because my family comes out of Virginia, especially my mother's side. They've been there since the beginning, since before it was colonial Virginia. So yeah, it just gets tangled up in the web of misclassifications, statuses, and then when you put shit on paper, it's like binding. So like now we've been binded to this term, and I think that when and as much as it's changed, because I addressed that in my paper too, it's just left us confused about who we are. Even when you look at your genealogy and how mixed up it is in terms of who was a mulatto, who was black, who was Indian, because I'm sure everybody's genealogy showed representations of those things. So
Could you
yeah, I
show how
just
DC is a creation between Maryland and Virginia?
hmm
And if it got started in Virginia and dropped into the District of Columbia and becomes flowing outward through all federal entities, the Social Security Administration. Are either of you familiar with the Buck Act? B-U-C-K.
Buck Act.
B-U-C-K. I think
Mm-mm.
thereabouts around 1939, that's how all we're fighting administratively in the system was making a federal employee. And you tie that with the Social Security Administration, the Great Depression, World War II, and all that evolved out of that afterwards is how we're under citizenship put into perpetual servitude. But cook on
Mm.
it, sis.
Yeah, someone said DC is on an island. Like people from DC just say this is swampland. That's what they say all the time. Like just swampland. DC's on a swamp. But what people don't realize is that I mean, I've never ever seen what they would call a Native American in Washington, DC. Like what Hollywood depicted. I've never seen that. Bad Saints, you could correct me if I'm wrong. You from the city too. I've never seen those Hollywood Indians in my city ever. And
We
it
got
just says a lot.
we
Because
got
DC been
Catawba
chocolate from the
Cam.
beginning. Hmm.
We got Catawba Cam on the panel. How you doing?
Hi, Sister Bethany, you can hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
peace and love.
Okay, cool. Peace, everybody. So to address her real quick, I don't see those people. I'm from South Carolina. I don't see those people ever either. I never see them unless we go to the reservation, and even there, you don't see a lot of them. Um,
You only see white people.
yeah, it's just a bunch of white people. When we go, me and my brother went up to the casino. Remember, I was telling you when Dane was on the other night, Sister Bethy. Um, when we went up to the first when we went up to the casino, the people that were working there, they
Which
kept
casino?
asking the one in Cherokee, North Carolina,
Oh, okay.
Harris. First when we walked in there and we sat down, the people that worked there kept asking us like a bunch of like, where are y'all from? Where are y'all from? We were like, we're from here. And then my brother went into telling them how we have Cherokee and Catawba in our family, and they just kept asking us like, "How do y'all know that? Where y'all from?" Once they knew that, they kept they kept bringing us stuff. Like it was almost like they were catering to us. It was weird. Um, but then when we stood and looked at the wall, you know how that on the wall they have all the people that run the casinos and like run the reservations.
Yes.
They're all white dudes.
Yeah.
Literally, they're all Caucasians.
Yeah. They took over this government and the Indian governments.
That's right, Sister Bethy.
That's what they did. They
Because
took
then
over,
when
and
you
a lot of the chiefs are not even from this country.
yeah, exactly. They're
And that's
from
what the Killers of
overseas.
the Flower Moon showed a lot of that too. How they were coming in and doing what they were doing, marrying our women. I mean, like just thinking about it in that sense. When you see that movie, a lot of that was going on, mating, having babies, filtering things out so they could take over, and they
That's
did.
why that's why I keep saying, based on Indian not tax, I'm saying that they came in and took over this Indian government, and now they've taken over the ones um on the reservation in
Have you
1830.
seen have you seen the have you seen the new chief of the Catawba? Have you seen what they just appointed? It was probably like a couple years ago.
Some blonde hair man.
Yeah, if you pull up a picture of him right now, I looked at a picture of the chief and it's laughable. He's literally a blonde hair, blue eyed Caucasian.
I'm looking at now. He looks mixed, like he got nigga in him. Uh, if I'm looking at, yeah, Brian Harris, he looked like a passing nigga. I'm keeping it a buck. I'm gonna do a share screen. I see nigga features.
Yeah, that guy.
I see nigga features. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Now you see when all the people, all the guys on the wall at the Cherokee casino, they look just like him too.
Yeah, it's a joke. fucking joke. These are white
Mm.
men. They came in and took over, nigga. That's why they make these statues like this. Look at it's look at the color. They know who the fuck are the real people are over here. Stop playing games. Catawba Chief. It's
And then
full of crap.
when you go downtown Greenville, they just built a hotel. It's called the Bohemian Hotel. They have it's two
Look
or
at the
three
skin. I'm just looking at the skin color of this damn statue.
exactly. If you look at the skin color of the statues out front of the hotel, they have these gigantic statues of Indians outside the hotel, and they're all dark skinned.
Yeah, they made them all because they know what they did. They took over the United States government, which is it was an Indian government, and they took over these invasion.
Mm.
This is King Hagler. Talk about Indian chief. They know damn well he was a black
Yeah,
dude.
he was a nigga.
Hmm.
They with the bullshit. That's why I said
Them.
if I would be
But
fucking embarrassing.
don't forget, sister, the specious arguments they'll do is the phenotype,
You don't
the
have to
nose
claim a
shape.
Michael,
The,
but that Hagler was a goddamn nigga. So he's probably not claiming you either, because you're a Moor. Fuck out of here. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say,
they
who was
will
that?
try to
Oh,
argue the shape of the nose, the phenotype. They'll try to use those type of things. If you remember the one tier from that supposed famous environmental Indian, whose both of his parents were Sicilian, they'll say because it's etched or it's fashioned in bronze or in copper, they'll say that's not proof of the skin tone. I'm just talking about the specious arguments, but y'all cook on that.
They can say what the fuck they want. They know that they came here. And that's the problem. That's why they're mad. Because
yep.
it's
Sis,
clear they came here.
And they know
Sister
they
And
Bethany,
came here.
is
They
there any
know it.
is there
I'm
any
sorry,
way
Sister
I can
Betty.
send you?
I'm sorry, Sister Betty, but they know it. Okay.
Is
They
there
know they
any
crossed
way
that
I
burn
can?
straight.
Yeah, is there any way I can send you a picture of my grandmother?
You shoot it
yeah,
to her email.
you can send it to my email, put it in the private
Yeah, I
chat.
need to send a picture of Aunt Virginia with her long two ponytails. Like, stop playing.
But one
Like,
last thing that I sent you before I fall back, Bessie. The last article was about the argument over a 1794 treaty with
It's
the
in the back.
Onondaga.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that's on your doorstep. The Onondaga and the Oneida that I brought to you about 2005 with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They mentioned that in the article. And this is a pending ongoing litigation on an international commission of human rights. Right now, this article is dated the 15th. That's how fresh it is. That's the last one I just sent to you. But y'all chop it up.
You sent it, Catawba Cam?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Hey, you from Top Cat's team, right?
Yeah, I am.
What his butt doing in Africa? He just going all over the place.
Nah, he's in Mexico City. You know how he be trolling.
He's in where?
He's in Mexico City. He was in Mexico City. You know how Top be trolling.
Oh, so he's not in Africa?
Nah, he be trolling saying he's in Africa looking for the Moors.
Top
he a
Cat's
mess.
crazy. I thought all those time he was in Africa.
Oh, Sister Bethany, you know he was playing.
I really thought he was because he travels. So I thought that he was um in um in Africa. I really thought he was there. Oh, I wait till I tell Willie because Willie thinks he's in Africa too. And because Willie was like, damn,
But
that's a
but but
20-hour
but didn't he
flight.
make a stop in Madrid? Wasn't he with the Castilian Spaniards? Was that
Um,
Catawba that was on?
I, I know he just came back from Mexico. He had me laughing so hard. We was running around here saying, "I'm looking for the Moors." He's stupid. He's stupid. I was dying. Oh, look at Copper. He saw him too. I was laughing so hard. He said, "I'm looking for the Moors. I'm looking for the Moors." Oh,
I
it's
just
just
sent it
in
to
his
you.
voice. Okay, let me see. Oh, Native Americans challenging Treaty 1794. You didn't try to type it, did you? Because everybody always mess up. It's better to copy. I didn't get it yet.
Typed it in, it popped up.
I didn't get it yet. When did you send it? I don't see it.
The point of my sending you that
Let me see if it's in my
1794
spam.
treaty, Queen Mother, is
Yes.
this is an ongoing line of them being given legal standing.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? Oh, I got it. It was in my spam. Oh, where did it go? Okay, here it is. Oh, wow. She's beautiful. Let me see. Let me download this. Okay. I'm going to do a share screen. She's beautiful. Boy. I'm going to blow it up. Okay, I'm going to do a share screen. All right. One, two. This. Okay. Share screen. Let me get back to where the hell I was. Jeez. Why can't I get to where I am?
Oh, you should have seen the way I be struggling with that stuff. I be trying to get it together. Lord knows.
I know. It's like, because you got to tag some dumb stuff. Then you got to bring it up. Let me make it smaller. Maybe that'll help. Present. There it is. There. Share. Can y'all see it now? She's beautiful.
Oh my God.
She's a Catawba
She is
Indian.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at all
beautiful.
that Indian running through her veins.
Yep.
See, they don't look like that. They don't have that red undertone.
She remind me of my grandmother. Jeez. My grandmother got them big old high cheekbones.
That's exactly what I was about to point out.
Yep.
Yeah,
My
full
grandmother. Oh,
blooded.
she's beautiful.
She has.
Beautiful.
We have more
She is
Catawba, but
beautiful.
we have was it Northern Cherokee mixed in too?
But don't forget, they love to say my black abuelita, my black abuela, whether they're mestizos, chinos, or these
Wela.
Native Americans.
Wela.
They like to use a black woman, flag on the play, but they
Hmm.
don't accept blood quantum in the tribes, and the state of Israel refuses any genetic testing whatsoever, though they created the gene testing companies, Germans and small hats. They own all the genetic testing for the rest of the world, but they will not allow their genetics to be tested.
Okay. A hot mess. I'm sitting here looking for something.
Queen
Thank you
Mother, the
for
reason
sharing
I
that,
sent you that
Catawba.
article about the Treaty of 1794 This is the ongoing line of them being lifted up with supposed air quote legal standing, not constitutional or lawful. See, again, remember, people don't differentiate between legal and lawful. So, since they've set up these fake treaties, which they then turn around and say every one of them is broken. So, who are the parties to those treaties, and how can these pale skinned versions of alleged descendants prove that they descended from the original copper colored people? No one discusses that level of whitewashing, Charisse. You feel me? How did they become bleached out?
I have no clue. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
I'm so disgusted with these dogs, Alibama. I'm just like, ugh.
But we have to address this. See, no one, everybody keeps putting the American, known as the Negro, on defense, but no one checks them on how did you become pale? And how is a pale version of anything going to hold up authentic to the original? That's the basis of the identity theft. How did you bleach out with this vitiligo condition, I guess, like Michael Joseph Jackson? How do you get from copper colored bronze statues to these pale, translucent, pink, paper thin people?
Easy. You walk in and you take over people's shit. That's the only way.
Yep, same way you would buy a house or go into a house and remodel the whole house. It's exactly what they did.
Basically, they took over like 7 Indian governments. United States, uh, all the 5 civilized tribes. Just took them over. But you get these assholes like Not a Coincidence and Shay One, dumb fucks. Hot mess.
I mean, I feel like as black women or melanated women, Indian, indigenous women, I just feel like we're capable of birthing all kinds of people when we talk about who birthed the world. And they come from some type of they come from something. They come from something. So, eh, I don't want to put that on this, but I feel like we create all colors, hair types, eye colors, texture, whatever.
I
Like
don't know
we
about
could
the
we
eye
could create
colors.
it. Even that. Don't you got hazel eye people in your
Yeah.
family, Sister Bethy?
Yeah, but that's because he has a white daddy.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Well, I still feel like that though, just having that Eve gene. But I could be wrong.
There's
Like I said,
nobody,
someone correct me in
no
the audience.
other known family members in my family that have hazel eyes. It's only because he has his father's white.
Hmm. Interesting.
Well,
That's a
Interesting.
fact.
even when you look at me, and I have three siblings. I have a brother and two sisters. So my brother, he's really, really, really dark. I'm light. I'm like a lighter brown. Uh, my oldest sister, she's dark skinned, and then my younger sister is light. You would almost think she's mixed. How light she is.
Yeah, we need somebody to do what's that? Like a build about genetics and stuff. Because I think it'll be a very good build. Because I don't really know much about it, but just like the things that I have studied, you know, they say black women are the Eve of the earth. So
Okay. Here we go. Y'all gonna laugh. And this is the truth. This is my grandmother's nephew. My grandmother and his mother are sisters. He got green eyes, his daddy white.
Who is he to you?
No, wait. This is my grandmother's nephew. His mother and my grandmother are sisters. His 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 daddy is black. I'm sorry. And my aunt Viola, who is his mother, she's half white. So that came through her. His mother is the one that got the white father. He's the only one out of all eight of her kids that came out like this. His daddy's black. My grandmother's sister is half white. Facts. And here they go.
Queen Mother.
Wait a minute, I ain't even finished. This is them together. My aunt passed for white for years. I don't know if y'all seen this one yet. Hang on, hang on. Give me a minute. If you're gonna make me read an article, Bamu, I don't feel like reading no articles. My eyes are tired.
No, I was just going to
That's
comment on
my
the.
grandmother's oldest sister, and her daddy is a white man. Yeah, my great grandmother had a baby by her first child by a white man in 1929. She just died last year. That's her son. So
Your
this is my
great
mother.
grandmother, you said, just passed?
No, no, this is my great great aunt. This is my mother's aunt. Her and my grandmother are sisters. She and my grandmother are sisters. Her daddy is white. My grandma looked like me. My great grandma looked like me. Who is her mother? Her mother is my great grandmother. And her mother looks like me. That's her son. His daddy is black. He got he came out more with her features. And look at all his kids. These are all his kids. All of them. Kids and grandkids. I don't know about these two. I don't know who those two are. But everybody here these are his kids. He stayed with a black woman and he made sure when they got married that they put Negro on his marriage certificate. You will not get him to identify as no white man. Not happening.
No, I was only responding to Isna's comment about her avatar. Do you remember that coinage that was just recently? You see what her
Huh?
avatar looks like?
Huh?
Isthmus, American Isthmus. You know
Oh,
her
the coin with
avatar?
the Indian on it?
Yeah, you remember when that was minted? That was a
Oh
commemorative
God.
coin. You remember her?
That
That's
was
the one. If you could pull that up, I'd like for the people in the chat to understand what the significance of that was.
I don't recall. I don't even have a copy of it, of the coin.
Yeah,
I'm
but do you
sorry if
remember
I
when it
don't.
came out? It was like a blur, just like what happened with the Tubman
I can't
controversy with the
remember.
$20.
It's
Yeah.
Isness. If you in the chat, can you tell us when that coin came out? They
Matthew, I
told.
also
Oh,
sent you a picture of my grandma's brothers. They're
Yeah, I was about to
twins.
say I sent one too, Sister Bethy. Everybody got me all inspired.
who are
But I,
these
but I.
people?
So who's first? Whose email do you have?
I got both of y'all emails.
So
Okay,
those are
so
my grandma's brothers.
All right, I'll do a share screen. There we go.
oh wow,
Very handsome.
yes.
They all look alike.
Look at the twins.
Yep, very handsome.
Yes, go twins.
Man, how you relate to the Whispers?
They got those. Look at that head. Okay, you don't play with us.
That look just like Scotty and and the Whispers. They look like the Whispers.
And I was gonna say, Aunt Sister Betty, that picture I got that I sent to you is of my two times great aunt Virginia Davis, who she died in 2015, but she knew the most about the American Indian heritage in our family. But before I came into the information, she had died. So I'm just upset that I never got a chance to meet her and talk to her about this stuff because that's who had most of the information.
Mm.
I just kind of wanted y'all to see what she looked like, and guess what? She's my two times
She look like
aunt.
Betty. She look like Betty Jean. Hang on. She looked like Betty Jean going to church.
She sure do. That damn red coat. Don't play with her.
There she go right there, Betty Jean. Aunt Betty Jean
Yes. Can they make
with
it?
her
Can I?
red coat.
Is it big enough that they can see her face?
Yeah, they can see her.
Y'all
I
can
can
see
see
her.
her. I can't make it no bigger. I could go like that, but then
But
bring
that's
it
her. She's
down.
much older in age right there, though.
Yep.
But even in her, I could see it. So don't call, call my girl Betty Jean. That's Virginia.
I'm trying to find my grandmother. I don't know what the hell I did with her. It's
Yes, that's
here.
my auntie Virginia. And she
It's
wore her hair
here.
like that in two ponytails, even in her coffin.
Let me see if I can find this picture of my grandmother. It's in here some damn where. Some damn where. Y'all got it though.
The only point I made about the coin, they slipped up and let it come out. Just the same controversy and scandal about the Tubman, the so-called $20 bill that was going to be pushed. And remember the narrative about the Statue of Liberty that had too much Negroid features, allegedly sent back by these white supremacists to get
Oh
that
wow.
aquiline features that we see on the Statue of Liberty today.
Oh wow. Maybe it's in here. Cause I'm trying to find this damn picture. Y'all got it. I'm in the back looking for something. Pay me no mind.
So, since we're still under the discussion of is this the butt tribe,
The
Cherie,
butt drive,
is
the one that Bobby created.
from
Mm.
and you know that snake bastard, not a coincidence, trying to embarrass you, was supposedly causing a stir over a fake tree, which shows the
Yeah, I created
idiocy
a
and the
fake
ignorance
tree.
of these people.
Yeah,
You know,
because they wanted something so bad. So I made up a goddamn tree and said, "Here's my ancestors." I didn't even know the people above my grandma Rebecca, so I gave it to them, and they thought they had. Oh, honey, they thought they had something. I made them look like assholes, but I warned all the people in advance, and they wanted something so bad, so I gave it to them. I'm like, I made them look like assholes. Basically, everybody was already prepared for them.
Oh yeah, we ate them up. Yeah, yeah. And it's sick too because they're on this train that everybody came from Africa. So it's like I don't understand how they didn't understand it when she explained it. I didn't get it.
They
I was like,
understand it.
okay, y'all are being weird.
Somebody pays them to do. You'd be surprised who
Yeah.
pays them to come on here and do the shit that they do. That's why they ain't gonna have no luck with their stupid asses.
None.
They stupid and dumb as fuck. I don't deal with them. I just think they're idiots that run around. I don't entertain them. No
Mm-mm.
need to. They're like a real terrible waste of time and energy.
I just think that if we gonna be productive in our community, we don't need people like that in it. Like it's okay if y'all don't agree, but we don't need that energy when we're trying to build on things and get our people to an understanding so that we can all be on one accord. And that's what all these
Facts.
bills and stuff be about. And it's just like it's a huge distraction when we gotta, you know, when we gotta
Keep
defend what we're
combating
talking
them in
about.
their ignorance is draining.
Yes, it's ugh.
So,
Yeah.
but these same people, they do not go out and argue for getting the children being kidnapped by the colonizing white supremacists they say that put us in chains. How make that make sense? They don't
Facts.
go out and do campaigns for Africa and African communities. Make that make sense. They're
Cause
trying
they're
to actually negate you, an international violation of law, I might add, on preventing you from culturally being who you are. That's an ongoing fraud. So these
hmm
are complicit before and after the fact. That doesn't make you any less responsible than the actual perpetuators of the fraud. As a matter of fact, it makes you worse because if you know it, then you're nefarious. And
Yep.
continue to give them pass for being innocent or ignorant, I think that day has long passed. But y'all got it.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's just
That's
like
why I
when
don't.
Shaw, go ahead.
Oh no, you got it, honey.
Well, it's just like when Shaw the other day tried to tell me that my grandma lied about the African slavery. Does my grandma look like she knows anything about being African or being a slave?
It's sad. Very sad.
They're beyond repair at this point. And even if you put it right in their face, they're still gonna call you a liar. It wouldn't even. They're still gonna call you a liar. Like I just, yeah, my days of going back and forth with y'all son is over. He know that. I'm not dealing with it no more.
Yeah, like when they go on the pianos, now I just leave. When they jump up on people pianos, like they could be having like a good build, right? And then them two or jump up or they come around. I just leave. I go to somebody else's live. I don't have time to listen to them. I do. I go to Sanchez. Sanchez saved me a lot. Soon as I see them up on the panel, I just leave because I it's already, they've been doing it for a couple of years, and it's like
Yeah,
fucking boring now. And it's like, come on, if
they've
they're
been
on
up
the panel, I
strong.
leave. Yeah,
Well, it's just like
clowns, man.
I was listen. Sometimes I listen in the what was it AP? I'll
Yep.
go on there every once in a while, and Shy was saying how um he was like, well, Sister Bethy said um something about Indians being enumerated. He was like Indians. She said Indians weren't enumerated until a certain something he was saying. I can't. I'd have to go back and watch the video. But then AP actually got up there and showed him how they weren't enumerated because at that time period the colonizers weren't even in that area. And another Pan African jumped up and said told Shah that he was like, yeah, AP got you on that one. So it's like they disagree and they fight amongst each other about stuff they had no clue about.
Yep. I don't waste my time with them. I just think they're two clowns that
Yep.
run around. They just clowns, man. They corny. It's like, damn. So
Yeah, like they
I
literally
don't
have to be
entertain
reckless.
him. I don't watch no more. I got tired of watching the builds, the debates with YK and every fucking body else. So I just, like he got BAP got this debate coming up with Smoke and Lucky. That's gonna be a good one. But when YK is doing, I'm like, man, I had enough of this dude. Get some different people. I want to see somebody different. And that now, don't get me wrong, YK is a good debater, but I'm tired of him debating everybody. Get somebody different. He's a good debater, you know. And I did agree that he did beat A1. I'm keeping it honest. I did agree with that, but we don't need to see him debating every fucking body one on one. So he BAP got this debate coming up with Smoke and Guzzy. That's gonna be good. Lucky Guzman. I hope we get like people like start getting people like Unc and them to come in here to debate. That those would be really good debates.
Hmm.
I can't wait. He's gonna get more. He said he's gonna be getting different people. I like when 111 Truth debate too.
Hmm.
He's real good.
Yeah, I like the idea of the debate league. It's a good idea, I think it's creative. I just
I
think
thought the
that
debate with Root Word was good too.
root
That one
word
was
is
good.
funny.
Yeah, I thought that one was good too. That
Smack
was a
that
good
man.
debate.
Somebody say, "Who's this
Yeah.
Asian up here?" I said, "Ooh." I said, the chat is ruthless. Okay, that chat is not okay. The chat is not for the weak. When you up there debating or up there speaking on panels, because the people in the chat gonna speak their mind.
Yeah.
Period. And when I'm in the chat, I do the same thing. So it's just like I just think we need to block them out. Like if we see them, like they just need to be banned from our spaces. And then that way we could have healthier builds. And if we are disagreeing, we could fix that and work on that. But we can't have people like them just creating, unnecessary commotion and confusion. Ugh.
Yeah. Then when I see them around, I'm gone. I'm
Yeah.
like gone. They just like spoil. It's like two people that come and spoil the damn show.
Every time there's like they just
So
drain
I just
spirit.
leave. But Brother Sanchez come live. I just go in his chat. I be like, fuck it.
I
I
think
just
I'm on
go
the
over there.
boundaries of another hunky hole before I get put into StreamYard
Uh oh.
prison and dungeon
Yeah, I see
one
it
final
happen.
time. There is no debate. I support him, the notion, as long as it's eventually going to head to the death of the House of Consciousness. Now, to me, it's a very simple thing. There is no debate between truth and any lie. All of this
Facts.
is propaganda. So
Hmm.
until the truth is revealed on the American, and y'all know what I mean when I say it, because I'm exacting in my language, there is only one. Until that truth is fully revealed and comprehended, everything else is for entertainment purposes only. Now, in parting, my sister, again, whether you bring up the eviction notice from the so called House Negro, the Mayor Andre Dickens in Atlanta, the University of Auburn digging up remains for a casino, and finally, the being awarded 3 million acres in Tulsa to the Muskogee Creek Nation. Who is that?
Who?
Exactly. Who is being given this legal standing, awarded land of ours,
That they
blood
bombed our people
libel,
on.
being given the remains of our ancestors and refusing to have them verified because they quickly go and bury them somewhere else. So they're in cooperation with the University of Auburn in disrupting our ancestral land, while at the same time claiming in Atlanta they're coming back home to ancestral land. Make that make sense,
It
Sharice?
don't make no
It
damn sense.
don't. That's it's just another tactic to make sure that we don't get not an inch of this shit back. And then and it's really sick to know that they will exhume, dead people, exhume them from their resting place.
But
But it's
they'll
been
let
happening
them
for
put
a
on
while.
performance art. They'll let them put on performance art, weeping over these remains, but they refuse to allow archaeologists and anthropologists, certainly not DNA and blood quantum, verify whether they're descendants.
Aha.
Hello?
Because they know what's gonna happen when they test them bones. It's gonna come right back to
Oh,
us.
speaking of that. So I live right near Clemson University, right? I want to say about a year ago, it was either a year or two ago, they found a graveyard right near the stadium. Um, and the first thing they popped out and said was it was a slave. It was a graveyard of African slaves, but they won't tell you. They won't. First of all, they won't let you get anywhere near it. They won't tell you who's in the graveyard because they have headstones. They haven't really said anything about it. They just kind of popped it in the news real quick, boom, and that was it.
Mm.
When you go up there and you acquire about it, they won't tell you nothing about it. They know who those people. If you got to think like Clemson University actually stole Catawba land. Who else would be buried on that land besides Indians?
Facts. They
And they
know
don't
who the
want to
hell's in
tell
there.
you, and they don't want to tell you who those people are because then you'll start connecting the dots
Oh,
of,
do not
oh, this
forget.
is my family. You know what I mean?
Do not forget how they
A lot
turned
of
that
those stories are
famous
coming
New
out.
York site into an African grave site. Do
Yes.
not forget that they do this purposely because they got to keep pushing the slave narrative on the American, known as the Negro. And then the Negro translates into African. Make that make sense?
What state was that where they show where they kicked over a lot of those aboriginals, aka Indian Negroes, graves? What state was that?
Well, they're ongoing things like this. And don't forget, they're starting this narrative from the Carlisle boarding school with the supposed orphan Cabbage Patch incubator babies in Pennsylvania. So what they're doing is they're setting the narrative by stating that that's the reason why I sent you that article about the future of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They're specifically designating this Department of Native Americans while the Smithsonian and the criminals in the federal government are lifting them up as the authentic descendants of indigenous First Nations once the Pope came here. And I'm hoping on the 30th, you're going to consider a bill for not just announcing, as you did last year, the death of Pan Africanism, but where this is moving forward. This is the reason why I'm bringing these points to you, my sister, my brother. This is where the Native American was lifted up by the Pope in Canada a year ago. And that's why I'm bringing you these points to see what's happened and transpired in just that short period of time. How much they're being given litigation, how much they're being given our ancestral remains, and how they're being propped up by the government, Hollyweird, and the
But
small
when
hat
I looked
people.
at that, it said it was 20 years ago that they got granted that land. 20 years ago.
Who got granted what 20 years ago?
The people that you're talking about the 3 million acres of land or was something like that.
No, that's when the litigation may have been argued. It's really been between 22 and 23. The actual awarding was happening just last year. But even at that, remember, they're doing that in the face of Viola Ford Fletcher, who is an actual survivor, alive, and they're disregarding her claims when the entire state of Oklahoma and the city of Tulsa has admitted they've lied about Black Wall Street and Greenwood, Oklahoma.
But the sad part is our brothers here in YouTube, none of them won't take a stand. And it's not fair that us women should have to do it by ourselves. They won't. We just staying on YouTube, Alabama. What do you want else us to do? We can't get them to take a stand with us. They won't. They will not. They're just gonna sit on YouTube and talk about it. What are we gonna do? Or that? What are we gonna do? Nothing. And that's the sad. That's the part that's more alarming than them to me than them getting the fucking 3 million acres. Everybody in YouTube that understands our history, nobody will take a stand. Nobody. That's the problem. That's the alarming thing. Nobody won't say
I
this is not
appreciate your
right.
sentiment, but I would never say that because I do know there are people that are filing claims. I do know people who are already standing on their Aboriginal ancestral land. I get the sentiment of your statement, and it's very hard when you're looking at a select group of people who I always remind myself at best are 5% of our wayward, flag on the play, Negro Black community. So
Well,
there's
if
many
you
of
know
them that
about
are
them,
going to be brought to some
Alabama, if you know
realization.
about them, these people that you saying you know about, It's hush hush. How come we don't know about them? And
Well, again, I
it can't
cannot
be that
speak
many.
on someone
I'm
else's
only
situation. I will
look.
hold on. I'm answering you.
No,
I'm answering you. I will not speak on someone else's situation to bring undue scrutiny or targeting on them. Please, let's be very careful when we have these type of discussions. And certain things, and I've said this repeatedly, are only for private discussion and war councils
well,
because this
Alibamo,
is
what you're
warfare.
speaking
We're
about
making
should be
conversations
a
about
private
stuff.
conversation.
Well,
Is
hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
hold on, my sister,
We can't
because
get you to speak for us out in public.
I'm
You
speaking to you
refuse.
now. I'm speaking to you now. And this is a broadcasting. Anything that's on the
Yes,
public airways
it
is a
is.
broadcasting.
But
What
I'm
I am
asking
saying
you,
to
what are
you,
your suggestions for us to
what
do?
I am
And you never
saying to
tell
you,
me.
Sister Bethy, again, what I am saying to you is individual acts must be dealt with. This is obviously, and this is a big problem. This was something imposed on an entire people. It was not posed on us individually. But we're not going to have an entire people respond. We're going to have momentum built by the 100th monkey syndrome, if you will, individual by individual. And individuals have to address their situation in their family, in their household. And it will
Correct.
build up a momentum at a point that will trigger a more massive reaction. Okay. It's frustrating. I get that. I don't like it either. But again, if we can't get people one by one, man and woman, to do simple things, and I'm going to leave on this point because I've had people push back on me saying this, but this is still a fact. And you're
I'm not
aware of it
pushing
too.
back on you,
No, I'm not saying, I'm not
and I'm not
suggesting that for
disrespecting
you. I'm
you.
just saying in
Oh,
general, anyone, everyone can call the Social Security Administration tomorrow or Monday and have them schedule a Zoom meeting to change their actual Social Security Administration status. On an individual basis, that goes throughout the entire system, throughout the federal government, throughout the state and local institution. That's an individual act. You follow me? And you know what I've said about the torts, which is another individual act dealing with the Department of Justice. But again, until these individual acts are taken, there's nothing for us to act upon because it's like a chicken or egg situation. Until people individually file their claims of injury, of that their identity's been stolen, or that this fraud is being committed, that's what's happening. You've already done, you and Wyan Nation, I will always applaud you on the litigation. Okay? But
thanks.
there are not enough group efforts like that either. You know Dane is being attacked by these Native Americans with that lawsuit.
Yes,
I
I
hope to
do.
God he doesn't let it settle. See, our
Right.
problem is we don't get stuff on the record. You
Correct.
feel me?
Yes. Mr. Omega, would you like to hit the link? Because you're telling me why I should leave America. I'm not leaving my country. This is my country. And
And we
I'd like you to come on the panel and hit the link and prove to me it's not. I like to bust your ass wide open. Oh, you must have got the butt stretcher.
Hey yo.
For real. We done went through that segment earlier today for the butt tribe. You must be from the butt tribe that Bobby's put together. You know, these niggas that came out in a little package, they're giving out the butt stretcher because that's exactly what that is. So you must have met your 24-hour um deadline because you got to walk around with this in your butt for 24 hours. So you must be official. That is a butt hole stretcher.
a butt plug.
Not the P. Diddy treatment.
That that is a butt stretcher right there. You stick it in there and you got to have it in there for 24 hours and you will become a official member. So you leave my country.
This lady said 24 hours.
Yeah, you got
I
these
ain't
dudes. I
playing with
could
you,
tell.
Sister Betty.
I No, I'm serious. You can tell they done. Oh, they officially took the butt stretcher out their butt because they coming up in here. You got to go to Bobby Knight's channel. They're passing out the butt stretchers for all official members.
He ain't gonna hit the link.
Dudes be looking like this on YouTube, right? You be swearing they ooh fine, but they don't even like you, girl. They like Bobby. Coming in here with your butt stretcher release program. I ain't got time.
Okay. I don't know why they want us to leave our country. That shit makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
We ain't never left, and we ain't never tried to go nowhere else. The rest of y'all have, because we ain't never left. We done stood on
Yeah.
business and stood in whatever is going on. We have
Yeah,
not left.
he done Bobby done came up with this formulation of the butt tribe. And
Mhm.
he's recruiting members, got a lot of brothers. He ain't got nobody watching this channel, but they is recruiting some butt members because they need your butt.
But Sister Bethy,
You
I
join a
really,
tribe, you get they pass out these little packets. You're a welcoming package for their tribe, and in it, it's a butt stretcher. Stretch your butthole. Hmm.
you.
My daughter told me about those things that people like Bobby wear. They stick it in their butt because it stretches their butthole.
That's nasty.
Hey, they gotta be
To each his
prepared.
own, but woo,
It's disgusting. It is, but
yeah,
that's what they do.
that
I
don't
just stick
sound.
to what my father said. Don't fuck with niggas got shit stains on the front of their boxers. That was enough for me. My father crazy. He said the nigga got shit stains on the front of his boxers. Back off.
Yeah, he a dangerous somebody. That's if it's in the front. Whoa, it be
That's
bad.
not
They be
good.
having it in the back too. Somehow, nasty, nasty ass. Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone.
That's why
Little
I had
booty
this up.
bandits.
That's why I had it up.
Get,
Alabama had another story, but that's my
getting that
story.
pussy broke down.
Hmm.
What they call that movie? What was that movie? Brokeback Mountain. I'm not playing. Alibaba said, "That's
He trying to build
it."
up. He trying to build up his butt tribe.
I don't think he gonna come back, Sister Betty. I don't see no more comments in the chat from him. He gone.
Might as well stay gone.
Well, he went to go do something.
He probably went to go to get his package. He want to join the booty butt,
Coming over here starting stuff, okay?
fruity booty.
Cause for real, that's girly girl.
He can't. He can't. He can't
Crazy
build up
stuff.
his tribe. He been trying to build his channel for 3 years and still don't got no subscribers. Still don't got no subscribers.
Got
Them
stack some
niggas over
cookies
there,
up.
dookie dick niggas.
Mm.
Okay.
Dookie. Sister Bethany,
He
I'm not
hate.
playing with you today.
He hate
I'm not.
everybody that got something going on.
What they call
This
it?
dude,
Truffle butter? Hmm.
uh,
I said, ain't that what they call it? Truffle butter?
rubbing nuts together.
Nasty. Like all kinds of stuff. I ain't got time today. No.
That's just nasty. They nasty. They're nasty. Disgusting.
I mean, do what you do, but yeah.
Every time of them, every time I see him, I just think of shit.
Ooh.
And I can't even get it out. I'm like, Every time, I'm like, oh shit, oh shit. I could.
Awful. I'm enjoying myself so much, Sister Bethy.
I was laughing so hard because Big Dog said he was married to a little boy.
See? See, I see that one.
Oh God, I need to get my ass off here, Sharice.
Okay, we've been up here dry like thug, and it's been how many hours? That's like 4.
Shit,
Yes,
four and a
Lord.
half. But I have fun. Good
I
talking.
did too.
We don't ran. Ali Bamu put himself in the dookie. He said, "Okay, I gotta go." He can't
Yeah,
listen
y'all
to
talk about this.
the dookie assholes.
He gotta have a little fun sometimes, but I know he's serious. You know, he want us to stay on the information.
No, we on the information, but we've been on the information for 4 hours and 15 minutes. That's really good because we stayed focused.
Yes,
But
we did.
the beginning of the show was to support his new forming, the formulation of his butt tribe because they want your butt. And they
Oh,
giving
y'all
out,
men better hide your
yeah, they
kids.
passing
Hide
out
your...
um packages. When you first join, they give you a bag, and in it was a butt stretcher. So Red Squid and all of them over there, I'm sure they got their little packages. Bunch of gossiping bitches jumping from channel to channel. And Red Squid do sound like he's that type of person that, like, I don't give a fuck if they have wives. That don't mean nothing today. That niggas got wives
Oh, they be cheating. Shoot.
with men, yes. And he
Yes,
sound like
yes.
that
Getting that
type.
gulp gulp. They know what they be doing and paying too. Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm. And
they
don't think it
do.
and don't think they don't.
Swag bag.
Straight up. Okay. Y'all better watch them and be careful.
That's
I don't got
right.
nothing against whatever you do, but y'all watch it. Ladies out there, you watch it. Watch out for y'all
Yeah.
husbands who tell you to touch him in his butt. Let me be quiet,
I know.
but for real, y'all watch it because it might be
Some dudes be liking to get fingered in the butt. And I'm like,
man, they like it. Mm-hmm.
if you do that, if they do that, you know what they.
You know they that's what somebody
I'm
said. They'll take a
sorry.
finger, they'll take something else. Somebody said that. I swear to God. I swear, shoot. They say watch it for real. For real.
No, just look and see if it's stretched a little bit. Tell them you want to do an examination, slide it open, and see if it's been stretched.
Hmm. That is ooh, ooh, just
Exactly.
I'm good. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm good,
if I'm in
okay.
the 90s and you just like saying, yeah, these my boys, but what do you really mean?
hmm They
What do you
love
really
this.
mean?
Lovers.
Exactly. And you know, butt
It's awful.
stretchers, they got,
And
and you
see,
can look this up. They even got the butt stretchers with a winder on the bottom. So you could turn it every day.
he got
You
this big back up here.
they got the ones that it got a winder on it, right? And it got notches, 1 to 10.
Oh no.
I seen it. Wait a minute, y'all think I'm lying?
You
I'm
about
gonna
to
go
show
get
it.
it.
Hey, we believe
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I'm about to say you about to show it. Hold up. Cause Tommy, you been hanging like a G.
Let me
Cam,
see.
you've been thugging it out.
I'm
Bless your
showing you
heart.
these freaky shit that they got, and you oh, there it is.
Man,
I
I'm over
found
here
it.
crying.
All right, who is this? Do we love white people? Hold up, do we love white people? I'll be right with you. I gotta share it because they think I'm lying. I learned about this stuff. Um, look, see the winder right here? You turn it and it stretches. See, we got all kinds. See that one? The winder. You put it there and you wind it. And by the time you reach, dial number 10, you're straight.
You gotta stop what you doing with Sister Betty for real.
What? They're just look, this is on YouTube. It ain't nothing like I'm showing nothing fake. It's real.
Mm.
What do you want me to do? It
I
ain't
don't
my
want
fault. I didn't make
I'm
them.
just everybody in the chat like what? Oh hell nah.
All
It be
right, let me
going
see who this
down.
is. Hi,
Hey, how you doing? Alito,
Halito. What's up?
what is going on? I was hoping to come in to a Christian
Oh
show.
hell no. You gotta go. We don't entertain y'all no more. Don't come over here, King Gas. Nope. Not today. I don't entertain them no more. I
Gotta
don't.
go.
I do not entertain them no more on my channel. You could go over to the Butt Tribe. They're taking applications and they're passing out packets to join him. Bobby Knight. Go to his channel.
Whew. Guess that
If
was
you go to
swift and
Bobby,
professional.
I'm sure Shay Shun got his. Red Squid got his. All of them got their butt stretchers. And you put it in your butt for 24 hours and you are officially a Butt Tribe member.
Enoch said king ass. Ooh, that was good. I like that one.
Bobby's cheap butt stretcher.
Is he back there? Oh Lord, that was him back there. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. But yes, Sister Bethy, I don't know what you about to do, boo. But I'm hanging. But if you about to wrap up, let me know too.
You want to do your thing tomorrow night?
Yeah, I definitely could do it tomorrow night. I would just probably be in what's tomorrow?
About what
Wednesday?
time? About what time? Yeah.
'Cause about about 5. I should be in the house 5:30. Cause I gotta come all the way from uptown back down to where I live because my school's all the way uptown. So I have to drive all the way
Okay.
down. I gotta get the kid, and then we swing in the house,
All right.
and
So
then
we
I
could
can
do
get
that.
things set up because I still gotta pick up my USB and pick up my monitor. So I had a lot of stuff going on because like my computer was letting me screen share, but then it
Mm-hmm.
stopped. So I
Oh
was like, okay.
wow.
So I was like, I need a monitor or something right there. Shout out to
King
Straight
Gas,
Smoke.
I'm not letting none of you dudes on. Nobody for members of the Butt Tribe can be on my panel. That means you, Shay Shun, not a coincidence. Red Squid, all y'all dudes, man, from the Butt Tribe.
I'm sorry. Every time you say it, it's just so damn funny, and I would just keep laughing because it's
I
funny.
think your chief is gonna need you about 3 in the morning. Hey, big dog,
Who the leader of the butt tribe? Who's the
Bobby
chief?
Knight.
Who's the chief
Bobby
butt
Knight.
ass?
Bobby. He's probably the
Oh,
inserter
okay.
too. He probably giving the butt stretchers out.
Okay.
I
I just
mean,
wouldn't be surprised. I ain't know
some
King
things your
Cash was on my
asshole is
chat.
like this, typical asshole. But when you put the butt stretcher in, it's like that.
That's nice.
Like Nature Boy. Remember them girls on Nature Boy?
Man. That one right there off the hook too.
Doing that shit.
Lifetime, nigga.
Bobby, he probably got
Lifetime.
all them over there doing like Nature Boy.
Oh yeah. Nah, they know what time it is.
Yeah.
Getting them bussy hoes, bussy. Who called it a bussy? I heard somebody call it a bussy. So that's
Who?
what I'm gonna call it.
I mean, them niggas be up 3 o'clock in the morning talking about me. Somebody tell I'm like, man, I'm asleep. Let them have fun talking shit.
Nah, they really thought they had something. That's why
Yeah, girl, we was in here dying, just laughing at them.
they
And then when
thought.
I looked and see how many people was, I said, "Damn, you only got 20 people." His channel's like root word channel. Somebody watch it. I said, "This
Let me-
motherfucker he's still trying to build a tribe because Bobby was trying to get Sanchez of all people, brother
Mhm.
Sanchez audience. Now you know he do flat Earth. Ain't nobody leaving Sanchez to go listen to Bobby's flat Earth stories."
No.
I'm like, boy, Sanchez is the master.
People gotta stay in their lane. Earn your own followers. Build your base.
I
Like I
love to
don't
watch
get it.
Sanchez.
You don't gotta do nothing like that. Like it's enough room for everybody. People gonna watch who they wanna watch. And that's one thing we can't control. So you make good talking points and you build your audience. And that's how you do it. Stop trying to rob and steal from people. That's our problem now. Well, that's what's been happening
Oh,
to us so much that we don't know how to, we don't know how to treat each other. It's sick.
very sick.
So
Girl, let me give myself a motherfucking bomb because I just looked. Oh, you know I'm turning the camera on for this. I got 20,000 motherfucking subscribers. I it now. Yo.
yes.
Only happens. I went to Dane. It happens when I go to Dane's channel. I went to Dane's channel. I got literally, y'all, 20,000 fucking subscribers. Damn, I'm just looking. Whoa.
Yep. And you gonna keep getting them though, because as more as they go back and watch his videos and stuff, they gonna start to see it, and it's just gonna come up. They gonna see you. So they gonna be like, who's this?
I'm so
Just
happy,
like me.
man.
Was looking for you.
Damn. Wow. So Bobby and
Congratulations.
the butt stretchers could choke on that. Maybe because of the title, it was in the butt stretchers. Hey, Katapa Cam, we know you're probably like, what the hell is they talking about? But we're being harassed by a community that that's into that butt stretching, and they're just mad because we're growing over here and they're not. Catawba Cam.
Oh, trust me, I know. I be seeing them everywhere I go.
It's Bobby Knight, and he just goes around and create chaos everywhere he go, and he's just jealous. So I'm like, boy, bye. I don't have to give him the time in the world.
I
Hey,
don't
big dog.
tell them. Pan Africanism is dead. How many times we gotta tell them?
Yeah, it's very
People
dead.
gonna keep coming
What's
into the
up,
truth.
Smoke? Smoke, smoke, smoke. I'm
Yes.
gonna watch your debate, Smoke.
Yes. What's
I
up,
can't
niggas?
wait. It's BAP live.
Is
Yeah.
that his debate, or is that
Yeah, it's
who
Smoke Signal. Hey,
you
Smoke.
debating Smoke
Hit
Signal?
the link. Yeah, he gonna be debating. I'm watching his debate this week. Nope. BAP ain't live yet. Smoke, hit the link. Yeah, he's debating this week with Lucky Guzman.
Oh,
He,
okay, okay.
Lucky, I think, is a Pan African. I think
Yeah,
he's
yeah. Yeah, I've
and
seen him around.
he's debating with Smoke. I'll pay for that debate. That debate I'll pay for. But some of them I'm just not gonna watch. But
Nah, I want them to come up with better topics though. Like other than that, it's a good idea. He should
I
keep
think
going.
yeah, I think he's doing good. I just won't be watching them with like Y2K. I think we had enough um of Y2K. I mean, he's a good debater, but different people, and I'm glad he got somebody different. I mean, this is a whole different Smoke. The ones with root words is good too.
That thing he is so funny to me. Like
Yeah, he's
I just
funny.
don't know what else to think. I'm like,
No,
God, he's entertaining. I think that's
it's the
what.
eyes when he's sitting there. And did you dig it deep? And he don't all the way down it.
More, 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 more. He is terrible up here.
It was good. It was
But he
good.
did a good job. I'm not even mad. I understood what he was saying. Like when he be like, slavery is fake. I understood it. I'm not gonna say I 100% agreed, but I understood his
Right.
position, and I
I did
think that
too.
I'm surprised that I could understand it, but I did. So
Yeah, he
shout out
beat
to
his
Root
ass.
Word.
He did. He won.
Yeah, he
Smoke,
won. 'Cause
come up
that,
here and tell us you excited about your debate. You ready for it? We're gonna be watching you and rooting for you.
you know it.
Yes.
Can't be
Smoke
letting them pay
beat his
Africans
ass.
win.
Let Smoke beat his ass. Lucky.
And what's the debate about? Do you know?
Um, I think it's did Africans was we here. Wait, um, I think it has something to do with was we here? I forgot. Is it
Okay.
was we here before? Oh gosh, I forgot what the title was. Smoke, hit the link. What's the title again? I'm
It's not
watching that
where
bit.
it's not as where Indians on the West Coast, was it?
It says it was were Negroes in America before colonizations.
Okay, there you go. I think that's the title. But I'm watching that.
Yes.
The ticket's cheap too. The tickets only got $10. I
So
pay for my ticket
so Lucky must be arguing the
every
affirmative.
month. Huh?
I said I wonder what so Lucky must be arguing that we weren't here in America before colonization.
Or
He
was
must
it
be arguing. I mean,
he's
I'm saying he must be. I'm not sure what point Guzman must be arguing, but I ain't he a Pan African? I'm not really. Yeah.
he's a Pan Am. Now he's don't get me wrong, he's real smart, but I don't think he could fuck with the smoke. But Lucky is smart.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
He's real smart,
I
but
just don't know what who's on which side of I'm just gonna assume just based off the things I heard him say. I'm sure he don't believe we was in America before colonization. I mean, yeah. So smoke signal. Are you gonna hit the link so we could get a little
he said
tea?
he'll pull up in a minute. I know, and I gotta pee. He taking so long.
Sound like you need a ladies' room break.
Hold it down for me, Sharice. I'll be back. I gotta go to
Okay.
ladies' room.
Yeah, I'm about to go ahead and eat, so I'm going to hop off.
Oh, Kataba Cam's
Oh,
leaving us.
we had fun.
All
I'll
right,
be
y'all. It was
right
good
back,
talking to y'all.
Sharice.
All right, go ahead, Sister Bethy. Okay, y'all. So how's everybody feeling tonight? I hope everybody is doing real good. I just wanted to tell y'all that I am enjoying myself on the bill with Sister Bethy. Like I keep singing her praises because I really do have a lot of respect and admiration for this strong woman to even put herself out here the way she does to, promote the truth about who we are. And that's something that I can always respect. Woo, y'all. I hope everybody had a good day too, because my day was kind of long and I'm still going. There's a book titled Who Were the Negroes Before Slavery? Yeah, I'm going to look that book up because it was definitely Negroes in America way before colonization. Hell, and before the 20 Africans that they dropped off. We were here and they knew the difference between a Negro and an African. And when you look at most of the documentation and most of the articles and things that were put out, they would say Negro and then they would say African like it's a different person in those, earlier times. You know what I'm saying? Like not, not more as, not as time went on, but more so, back in those early days, those 1700s and those 1800 times. And I've always found it so interesting too because I've I don't know, have anybody in the comment section, have you guys seen that show called Underground? Like put a one in the chat if you've seen it or heard of it before. It's just basically, obviously it's a fictitious story, about people who were running from slavery or whatever. like this. Yeah. So basically, I'm bringing that up because there were even times where there were people of other ethnicities, like Indians, things like that. And I'm talking about like those Indians from over uh India. So I'm talking about them. But even when they were in America, they would refer to them as Negro. And it was even comments made on that show, y'all, that they were basically like they have to be careful to not capture the wrong narrative. So they would say like
Oh, okay. Mm.
they'll put it right in our face. And that's the part that be blowing me away. Like they knew the difference between like a Negro and an African and all of that stuff, y'all. So don't ever get it twisted that they don't know the difference. It's only up until recently that they started putting that on us. Like, so never forget. And I really don't want people to get my words confused from earlier. Like I can only really talk about like my family and my genealogy and what I saw in it. So like trust me, we are the original people and there is no one before us. And if anything, they're here because of us. So I just want to be like super duper clear about that. You back, Sister Bethy?
Hmm.
I
I
said I don't want to be running my mouth doing too much, but
No, you're right. I was I'm nibbling on that. I made a turkey yesterday, a whole turkey. I don't stuff my turkey, but I made a whole turkey, cooked it yesterday.
ooh, you don't
Girl,
play.
yeah, a whole turkey. And I cooked it on 300, real slow for like 5.5 hours. Girl, you talking about a turkey? Mm.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. I
And
used to
today
feel
I
like
made
turkey
like
was
turkey
dry.
sandwiches. It
Oh
depends
yeah,
on who
that's what you
make
do
it.
with the leftover turkey. Yes, I mean that's what you do with the turkey when you done. You make a turkey sandwich. You be on a turkey sandwich for like a week.
That's what I cooked it for, to make turkey sandwiches, my own turkey sandwiches.
I'm here for it. I
I
love
cooked
turkey
it to make
sandwiches.
Yeah, I made some rice and French beans. Oh my God, let me tell you what I
Mm.
did with the French beans. I took them damn French beans, right? Like the turkey had, it makes its own juice. And the turkey was already seasoned so perfect. And all that juice, right? I poured it on the French beans and let it cook down. Girl, you talking about some seasoned French beans and white rice? Oh my God, it was so good.
And you know what? It's something about us and rice.
I
Black
love
people
rice.
and rice. Like we love. I don't know any person
I
that don't.
love rice.
Yeah, I've never heard a black person say they didn't like rice.
I don't like Uncle Ben's rice. I
Well,
do
yeah,
not like Uncle Ben's rice. It's nasty. I don't care who cook it. I
yeah,
like
there, yeah,
Carolina rice and Spanish rice. I'll go buy Goya rice and cook that. But I cook a lot of I cook both. The
yeah.
white
I buy
Spanish
a
rice.
bag of jasmine and roll with it.
I like jasmine rice too. I like how it smell.
hmm
Hey Smoke.
And the basmati rice is not bad. I just think the greens are kind of long. Not really for me, but you
Mm,
know, it's not bad rice either.
I love rice terribly. Hey
Salute,
Smoke.
salute, ladies. Salute,
Big
ladies.
smoke.
Y'all talking about rice? I like wild rice, and I
Oh
like
hmm
yeah,
white
yeah.
rice. I like white rice with salt and sugar.
I
What?
ain't never put sugar on my rice before. Don't make me try
Salt,
it.
salt and sugar on rice?
Just a little salt for the flavor and sugar just to sweeten it up.
Oh
I've never tried
wow.
it.
Well, I like
Yeah,
rice
it got a
pudding,
bit.
so I could see that because I like rice pudding.
Yeah, I used to eat a little rice pudding, but I prefer banana pudding. But hey,
Oh
each
yeah, I
to his
make
own.
that.
Oh yes.
Oh, I make
Hey,
banana
shout out
pudding.
I feel like
to
black
the
people created
to the
that.
channel to the plant.
Banana pudding, we created that
You
shit.
think so?
That's
You think that
ours.
was a white? I don't think. I don't know.
Now I'm just
I
saying,
think
black.
we created that.
Yeah, I don't know who. Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, my grandmother used to make
yeah. I
corn
don't think
pudding,
white people
so
came
I
up with
don't
that.
know
That shit.
who. Yeah.
My grandmother is from Tampa, Florida, on my dad's side. Now I'm talking about. Oh, SMA. She makes banana pudding from scratch. Hers go in the oven.
Mm.
Man, oh my! I love banana pudding. I make banana pudding every I don't celebrate this holiday, but every Christmas I make banana pudding. I do.
Mm-mm.
Thanksgiving I make that's when I make all my pies and cakes and
You the
peach.
auntie that make all
And
the pies and cakes, Sister Betty.
I cook everything. I make pies, cakes, peach cobbler.
Mm.
Yeah,
I need to come
on
over there for
on
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. My niece will travel from Delaware, where her ass is, to Connecticut to where I am in Connecticut to get some damn banana pudding and won't make it her damn self.
Man,
She
that's how,
crazy.
yeah, like a lot of that cooking, like a lot of our ancestors that got that down home cooking left, is people don't emulate it the same. People don't emulate it the same no more. And
Yeah, my
everything
mother used
is
to make it.
so, yeah, it's not home, you don't feel the soul in it no more. And everybody's always buying and cooking out now, and eating out now. A lot of times, we don't get that home cooked feeling like we used to. So yeah, she drove to goddamn Connecticut.
We sure did. My
Daggone right.
grandmother, I stayed in the kitchen with my grandmother as a kid and I learned everything. And I used to cook every Thanksgiving for my family after my grandmother died because I was the closest one to cook like her. I I had no choice but to cook food, because my husband was a Virginia boy, and dumb Virginia boys do not like fast food. They like anime food.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Smoke, you excited about your debate? We can't wait to watch. We're gonna be rooting for you.
You know it.
Yeah, I finally get to clutch one of those fake Africans up on a personal level, right? 'Cause when I do, yeah, when I go on their channels, when I go on their channels and try to box them on a personal level, they always throwing me out the chat, off the panel. You know how it go.
I know you're gonna get
So
him.
we, so
Lucky he's
we
smart,
talking.
but
Nah, he not. He not. He's a. I call him a information regurgitator. Right. He don't think outside. He don't really think outside of what he been trying to accept as conventional information. But I'm really challenging him on whether or not. So we being specific whether or not it was so-called black Indians in California pre-colonial times.
okay, that's what it is.
Mm-mm.
Why would he
Okay,
think
so
they're not? I don't
yeah, that's
understand him.
weird.
Because the history. Okay, so the false narrative doesn't make that suggestion by any means. It always says Asian, the what they call it, Bering Strait theory. That's all history says. But you gotta look into it a little further, right? Because even though the history suggests that, we know about the Manila Galleon Pacific island hopping slave trade. So we know all about that from rejecting the conventional narrative,
Hmm.
Okay.
right? But
Well,
so
we
they
don't
still
want you to
stick
say
to
too much because they be listening and
it.
trying
It
to
don't matter
find
because
stuff.
this all well known anyway, right? So what he gonna do is he gonna bombard me with the historical narrative, and I'm just gonna pull up those real first contact California Indians.
Ha 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 ha
As you
ha ha.
should.
Don't tell them the answers. We gonna save it because I can't wait. What time is it gonna be on Saturday?
So we having a face off Thursday on our TV channel. And we'll get the title organized and all that at the time. It's probably gonna be Saturday at 5 like usual.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday like 5. That's gonna be good. Hey, Smoke. You need to put up your Cash App so we can hit you up. Even though we paying
Oh,
for the ticket, but some of us might want to hit you up a little bit.
yeah, I ain't been doing Cash App lately. I switched to PayPal. PayPal kind of complicated. So
Yes.
it's like you working out of your own private bank, and I ain't got to really set up all the way.
Oh, you don't got neither one of them now?
I still got the Cash App, but I don't have access to it. So
Oh man, we can't send you to something you ain't got access to. Uh-oh, who is this? All right.
Yeah, I just been dealing with straight cash here lately. I'm just hoping the dollar don't fall like everybody predicted it do. Because I prefer
I
cash anyway. I'm
know.
old school.
Little one, keep it down.
Yes. He who enlightens. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, what's going on? Peace, peace, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
My fault. I've been listening for a while, but I just got off work. About to go pick up my stepdaughter. I was just coming to just touch on a couple little things with y'all.
Okay. Oh, we glad Smoke is up here to save us. What's good, he who enlightens?
Chilling, chilling. All right. So first, I mean, there was a few things like I've been listening for like the past 2 hours, so I might not have got everything, but yeah, it was a lot of stuff. I actually wanted to get on here before Alabama left, but yeah, a couple things. It almost feels like what we got to do. I don't know if I'm kind of changing the topic on y'all, but a couple things that I feel like we kind of got to get on with is we got to take our government back. Like meaning all of these so-called Indian tribes. Like we got enough information to put together a grand case of fraud. I mean, like, and we can even go into a lot of these tribes who are, claiming to be Indians, etc., and do the genealogy. And like, we have to we might got to take an actual book page out of the book of those guys in Canada. I'm sorry, but it's like when there's an actual fraud, and it's to be a pretendian is you know what I mean. There's charges that come with that, serious charges, and we also like we got a lot of historic times where we can actually pull up and say, hey, these people passed this law, such and such, and like I mean, it's clearly fraud, and I think that might be what it is that we have to get on with before we take over this government of the United States. We got to take over our government first. 'Cause we didn't let these folks. This shit's starting to get too out of hand, man. When we get into this information, sometimes it's just mind blowing to think that these folks is out here fraudulently representing this shit that we
Oh,
Who
you
you
cut
fell
off.
off? You
Oh, he
fell
cut
off?
off.
He's on, but he must be in an area where he don't have good connection.
Oh yeah, this is a mean lawsuit. Trust and believe. He ain't
It
speak nothing
is.
but facts right there. And we got the burden of proof because they ain't never proved
We
anything.
do. Well, we filed one, but ours was at a different directive. It didn't include the tribes, but it did include the Bureau of Indian Affairs. However, another one needs to be filed as well. And the problem is getting the people together to file it. He who enlightens. Oh, there you go, hon. You had went out. We can't.
yeah,
Can you
it
hear us?
happens every time I go through the west side. Yeah, and it's gonna do it
Oh,
again.
okay.
I'm literally driving on this part of my town in Salisbury. I mean,
Oh,
on the reservations for so long, and this is my point. Like we literally have all of this stuff that being claimed by foreigners that's set aside for us, including all of these millions of acres of land and all of these things that these folks been fraudulently given to foreigners. Like we literally got to realize that like this is a case of fraud, and nobody if we don't do it, who's gonna hold these folks to this to the you know what I mean to the block? Who's gonna show these folks the mirror and say, look, you can't do this shit. Like this shit ends now.
well,
So I
I'm
feel like
always willing to draft up another complaint as long as they're willing to pay and file it in court. But that's the problem. Our people here are on power trips, and we don't have time to be arguing over power. That's our problem. We need to just get serious like we did and go and walk in there and file the lawsuit. But that's the problem. We can't get nobody to come together to do it. I mean, how many lawsuits do Wyatt need to file? Um, what are your thoughts, Smoke?
I mean, he got a point. He got a point, but like you said,
Definitely got a point.
we don't tend to lean toward the paperwork side. It just I don't know. I don't know what it is about the paperwork. I even I even find it problematic, but I mean I'm pretty sure it's some practicality to it, but for the most part, niggas just don't trust no damn paperwork. Y'all got it though.
I kind of agree with he who enlightens. I really
Mm-hmm.
I really agree with him only because I
I do
know
too.
when you dealing with government and policy and all of these things, the only way that you could communicate with them is through their language, which is
Correct.
filing lawsuits and conducting business. So I just think that if we got enough people behind it, they're not going to have any other choice but to address it. So I
Correct.
just think, it just takes a collective unit of people who's not scared. And I know we got a lot of lawfully minded people in the chat, probably in the community. Like those the brains that we need. We need everybody in their respective skill sets to contribute. And that's
Right.
it. I think a lot of people may feel like they don't have anything to contribute, but we all do.
Yeah.
And that's what stuff like that is about. So I totally agree. Like, I mean, it need to be something that we're standing like a united front on,
Facts.
and
It
we
has
not
to be.
participating in
It,
nothing
it,
until
it
we get it.
literally. Yeah. It literally has to be a class action lawsuit. Bottom line.
Like no other, like no other. Needed petitions, all of that stuff got to start circling around and going around. Like what I realized and what I noticed in my neighborhoods and being in DC, like these people go off about anything. And I'm talking about these Caucasians and these Europeans, whatever. Like if they don't like something, they're down there protesting for that shit to get fixed. They'll go around and make petitions for a speed bump on the street. Listen, people, it really is that simple. And people sue for
I
that.
think. Here's what I personally think. We can't get no one over in this neck of the woods to get to do the lawsuit. So, I mean, my thought is because they're not gonna, they're just not, and a lot of us over here, we don't like each other. We don't respect each other. So the only person that I could think of that would probably, and I'm saying probably because I haven't asked, I would say go to Dane, and because I don't think that he would have a problem. I don't know. I can ask him what his thoughts are because I think we should go to Dane because over here it's just being talked about and ignored, and he has a lot of people, and we could go to him and say, "Hey, let's do a class action lawsuit and see what he says." Because I can't, nobody won't do it. We go to Bap's going to say no. If we go with Chief Holiday, he's going to say no. They're not going to want to do it.
But if we sitting around here just running our mouth all day and not using our information to address the people that it needs to address, then what are we doing this for? Because
We
to
can
me,
ask Topcast and see what he say, but
we have to do
I'm
something
gonna.
more proactive than what.
I'm not into the power trip thing. I think we should ask Dane Because no, I can't. We can't get nobody over here. They don't like me. That's why I said somebody else should do it instead, not me. We already filed ours. I'm willing to be on a class action lawsuit, but I'm not liked in this community like that. So I wouldn't be the one to file it. Um, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Smoke? But it needs to be filed. I'm gonna ask Dane.
I don't see why one ain't. I don't see why it ain't been filed already. I think it's just problem. I think it's just problematic. It's just what I think. I mean, we talking about being out the game literally since after civil rights, and I've been hearing about administrative processes for the last 4 years, even declarations, even civil suits, criminal procedures. Okay, going from public to private, LLCs. I done heard multiple strategies. I'm just saying, to no avail. I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm just at my wits end with it. I'm just at my wits end. Do we even? I mean, what we using as a standard? The Constitution, the Code of Federal Regulations, the U.S. codes, like
Well,
the
they're in
commercial.
violation.
It's
They're in
hard to even.
violation. They're literally in violation of the A drip and undrip smoke. All the things in there, all the rights that we were deprived of as aboriginals to this landmass, indigenous people. And yes, they violated every single thing in the A drip undrip. And that's a fact. I agree with he who enlightens. We need to address them. I'm not the one that likes to sit and not do nothing, Smoke. But you also have to remember the other platforms do not like me, even if I am an Aboriginal. So they won't come with me. It has to be somebody that they could tolerate. And um, the only person I could think of who could get that type of publicity to file a lawsuit is Dane. Chief Holiday don't want to do it. I don't know anybody else who would want to.
Well, I know, you got a lot of Moorish people that's into administrative processes. You got a couple of Indian dudes that's into administrative processes, trust, things of that nature, equity, securities. I'm talking about it's a rabbit hole. Filing a claim, petitions. It's like a rabbit hole. I don't know. You really got to have your T's crossing, your I's dotted.
But that's the thing right there, Smoke.
And then what's up with
The majority of us don't
Addison?
identify as Moor, so nobody's gonna want a Moor to file a lawsuit for us.
Yeah, but you got a couple of Aboriginals that kind of talk that law perspective as well. I don't hear them saying much more about it like I used to when I first started coming around.
Happened to Cherie. She fell off and
Now she came back. Cause I
I
remember
just put her back. I didn't
Creekside.
know she.
I
Who?
remember Creekside used to talk about the law. I don't hear too much from him no more.
Who?
Zoe
Creek?
Hustle used to,
You talking
yeah,
about Creek running water?
yeah, Creek Running Water. He used to talk about it. I don't hear too much from him no more. Zoe
Yeah,
Hustle
but
used to talk
he's
about
not a
it
Moor. He's a
all the
good
time.
person to. He's a good
That's what
person
I'm
to file a
saying.
lawsuit. Creek running water.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Yeah.
reachable. Hayes, the enemy's public. Creek's a good person to file a lawsuit. Now I forgot about him because I haven't heard from him, but he's a good person to get help us with the lawsuit. He's not a Moor.
I remember Zoe Hustle used to talk about the law all the time. I don't too much hear from
I
him no
haven't
more. I don't
seen
know.
him.
Yeah, I ain't
He
seen him
be
in a
on.
minute.
He be with Empress Holber. She can get in touch with him That's her cousin. So.
Okay, Lieber's son, he used to talk about the law all the time.
Oh yeah,
I
Lieberson.
don't hear too
Oh,
much from him no more.
we can get in touch with Lieberson,
My
but
money, baby, he'll more, but I know he always talking about statutes, codes,
yeah,
legalities.
but he's in another country.
See what I'm saying?
But you name some key folks that I think would be great to drop the lawsuit, and I think Creek One and Water would really be great. That you, Sharice?
Yes.
Oh, I think Creek and Creek Running Water and Lieberson, we can they're contactable.
Yeah, because I've been hearing a lot about A drip and undrip, but I ain't seen it being applied for no
We
remedies.
we attached it to our lawsuit. We did. Facts.
I'm gonna have to go and read it then. I was just waiting to see was it applicable. I don't know. I ain't seen it being
It
applicable
definitely
towards
is,
anything.
Smoke. You should read the whole thing. It really is. You should sit down and read it.
I mean, I don't know. I know from what I be learning in social work, especially on a policy level, what you realize and what you begin to understand is that, like, when you don't have people, like, fighting for your belief or fighting for whatever your stance is, a lot of times it'll never see the light of day. It's like you gotta have a overwhelming amount of people in support of whatever it is.
And
Like,
we have that.
yeah, and that's what it's about, because then it'll get into the right hands of, to the right person that it's supposed to, and they'll do their job and push it to the table like it needs to be pushed. But that's the whole point of people. That's why they want more of us, working on a policy level, because things like identity, you know what I'm saying, like our rights, all of those things really does need to be readdressed, because it's clear that they treat the Negro, the Black person, the African American like a non fucking citizen, like a person that's not original, like a nothing, and that's the problem, and it needs to be reestablished, because that language that they've used in the law is just not true and indicative to who we are, and
Mm,
it's being used to penalize us and punish us, and get down on us any way they can, and through all of these systems in this country, the school, the prison system, employment. Everywhere we turn, we face discrimination. Everywhere we turn, we're facing some form of racism. Everywhere we turn. I don't give a damn if you're the most famous actor. Look at Taraji and what she go through. Monique,
mm.
for speaking up.
By
Like, it's
their
gonna come
own
with it.
people. By their own people too.
Yep. And we gotta be strong enough to be able to hang in there during the adversity, when shit is not pretty, when people is trying to come down on it, because that's where it's gonna really, that's where the real strength and the real testament is going to be at. Like, yeah, it does seem intimidating, it does seem like something that might not be attainable or possible, but we got to stop speaking like that and just put it together and believe that we can do it, because that's how we're going to get it done. Because, like, thinking anything less than positivity, like, we can, like what Smoke was saying, like, where what basis it gonna come from, and all that, we could sit down and discuss all of that. We
Mm,
have a lot of brilliant minds,
we do.
and we need to believe in what we can do.
We can.
And it,
It's
and,
not
and it
that
don't
we
even,
can't. The
yeah,
point is getting the people. We can do
yeah.
that.
And
Filing the
we got
lawsuit is
people.
the
There go
easy
people. It's
part.
people in the chat.
That's the easy part. Filing it. The hard part is getting our people
Together to
to
support.
yeah. That's the part right there.
Yep, the ones who
And
about it
if you
gonna
look
show
in the
up.
news, it was only a few of them.
Hmm.
So
But
I
somebody
don't
got to
know.
be willing to put their neck out there. Somebody got to be willing to do something, because to me, after years and years, like, I'm not going to just, after a while, the talk just got to come off YouTube. It got to come off YouTube, and it got to go somewhere else.
Hmm.
It just has to. So I don't know how everybody else feel. I mean, like I said, it don't got to be a lawsuit or whatever. It could be another way. But I think a lawsuit, or formulating some form of policy, something that we want to be enacted on our behalf. It's a start because we don't have
Yeah.
nothing on paper, nothing. And what's on paper does matter because they're going to want to know, what do you want? What is the outlining issue here? Those things need to be lined up. And
Yeah.
17, whatever, that's what was going down. And this is why we speaking about this shit now. Whatever it is, connect the
Mm-hmm.
dots
Yep.
so they can see all that shit and understand. You know what I'm saying? And we can't rest. We can't rest. That's the thing. If they keep rejecting it, you keep coming back with it. That's how it be. You gotta keep coming back. You knock you down, you get up again. That's how it is. That's how life is. Like our folks been doing it. That's how they pushed all the other shit that they got through. You have to take certain type of measures sometimes. Like people are surprised, and I don't want to talk too crazy, but people are surprised we ain't fucked this joint up yet. We still resilient.
Yeah.
We still resilient. We still allowing it to go on.
Yeah.
To us, the people who deserve
Uh,
it the
that's
at
why I
the
salute
least.
all Haitians
Hmm.
for real, for real.
Hmm. And been the center of extreme hate
I
for
wish
no
our men
reason.
was Haitians for one day, just for that purpose.
Okay.
Haitians don't play.
They don't play no games.
But I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. I hate to be blunt, but I know Bap will be on. He definitely will be on. You doing you got to go on Bap tonight, Smoke.
Oh, my bad. I
Uh,
was in the background looking at some of that
i-
undrilled.
i-
No, I don't
is
know if
he?
Bap's going live tonight. I don't know if he's going live tonight, but we got the
Oh,
man. Stop blowing that thing. We gotta go on a face off Thursday. I don't know what time.
oh, so
Thursday.
not
We
tonight.
having
Oh,
a
I
face
was gonna
off.
do a redirect, but he's not coming on. So right, Chocolate, our people they are clueless. But I'm still gonna ask Dane what he think. I'm still gonna ask him. He probably say Sister Patty. But I really think that we should. I really do. I really think that we should. But I'm gonna see what he say.
Either way, it's a good
All right,
case.
well, you finna
Heck yeah.
you finna end you finna end the stream. I'm finna go back and
That shit will be
fuck
like
with Cuddy.
2,000 pages.
Well, who?
Yeah, we cutting them.
Oh, they still live?
I don't know. They might be the end of the stream by now.
I
They be
think
thugging
they
over there.
are. I think they are still live. It's 114 people over there watching.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I'm
his
finna go
channel's
terrorize
loaded.
them.
Chief Holiday. I thought that's Cuddy's channel. I would have did a redirect, but I thought that's Cut's channel. It's not Chief's. Chief Holiday. I do a redirect if it was Chief, but that's
All right,
Cut's
y'all.
channel. All
Y'all have a
right,
good one.
all right, Smoke. Hey
Peace and
y'all,
love.
I'm about to get out of here too. I love y'all. He who enlightens, we gonna try and do what you suggested. I swear. You heard me. He who enlightens, we gonna try and do what you suggested.
Yeah, we gonna. I'm sorry, I just had to pick up my stepdaughter too. But yeah, I know y'all been streaming a long time, so I think right now we gonna work on it. But I think right now it's just important for us to get a lot of these facts and information together. Like I know Alabama and a lot of these people, a lot of us have information and different stuff, and we just gonna compile it very, very
Mm-hmm.
and thoroughly. So, you know what I mean? Just like the feds building a case against somebody, we on these folks' ass. But peace and love to everybody in the chat room, especially you, Sister Bethany. Much love. Appreciate you having me.
Okay, sweetie. All right, take it easy.
All right, have a
Hey
great night.
y'all, we out of this peace, y'all. Love y'all. Hey, Cuddy's still live, y'all. I'm out, y'all. Love y'all.